And I would like to call to order the welcome for our meeting tonight and introductions at the dais. We'll start with our city clerk. I mean, not the city clerk, the city attorney.
Terry Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Good evening, all. Victoria Watlington. I have the pleasure of serving you as a member at large.
Good evening, LaWanna Mayfield, Council Member at Large.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Good evening, everyone. Charlotte City Councilman James Mitchell at large.
Good evening, Renee Johnson, and I'm honored to represent District 4.
Good evening. This is Tijuana Brown representing Charlotte City Council, District 3, and JCSU, of course. Malcolm, what's up with you?
Come on, Malcolm. I was waiting for Malcolm.
Billy Times,
Okay,
Deputy
so
City
let's
Clerk.
continue this on. Ms. Brown, would you provide us our invocation for today? Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Johnson.
For our invocation today.
Thank you. If we can all bow our heads or just give a moment of silence. Lord, we come to you tonight with humble hearts, recognizing both the weight of the decisions we make and the needs of the people we serve. Remind us that it is you who has chosen us to serve your people. As we gather for this meeting, grant us the clarity of mind, steadiness of purpose, and a spirit of compassion. Help us to consider every neighborhood, every family, and every future shaped by the choices that we make. Lord, we lift up our community during this challenging time. As people are hurting, displaced, and homeless, and as the Border Patrol invades our city, we pray for protection, compassion, and justice for all who are affected. Calm their fears and safeguard the vulnerable. Lord, remind us of the teaching in your word that when we care for those with the least protection and the least power, that we honor you. Bless our staff with endurance, bless our residents with peace and understanding, and bless this council with wisdom so that all of our work will honor you. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amazing.
If you choose to please join us in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm going to ask the Mayor Pro Tem to explain the zoning process for all of our members.
Want to do this first?
Yes. Before we do that, we are going to have an action item that is to appoint appointments to the Metropolitan Public Transportation Authority Board. I want to recognize the people that worked through this to make this day happen. Mr. Mitchell, Ms. Mayfield, and Mr. Driggs. And so this has been truly a journey. I think I've worked on this for 5 or 6 years, actually. But here we are today, and I'm proud to be able to make this actionable item. So let's go ahead and start talking about, the action is to adopt a resolution appointing members to the Metropolitan Public Transportation Authority Board based upon the recommendations of the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance, the recommendation of the Foundation for the Carolinas, and confirming the appointments made by me as mayor. Mr. Mitchell, would you like to address?
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make the motion on the floor.
Second.
Thank you. And so just a brief comments. First of all, let me thank the work group who the mayor have formed, and I think we put in about 17 hours of interviewing. And then let me thank this council, because this was truly a team effort. We went from 145 applicants down to 27. Then we interviewed 27, and today we had our first round of voting.
That's okay, 26. He's okay.
Mr. Ferguson withdrew, so we went 27 to 26. So thank you, Councilmember Brown. And to all those who applied to interview, we thank you for sharing your time and talent with us for a very long but I think a very productive process we had. And so I do think we have some results. So if Ms. Stephanie Kelly,
Go at the podium.
oh, she's at, okay. Stephanie, can you come to the podium, please, and share any early results we have from the nomination?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. From the results of your voting last night and this morning, you have confirmed the 5 individuals that were recommended from the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance, from the Foundation for the Carolinas, and the 2 from the mayor. And each of those individuals received 7 nominations, so they will be appointed. In following your process for nominations and appointments, the following categories, I will read. Each category received 6 or more nominations, and so at the conclusion, if you so choose, you can offer a motion, a second, and a vote to appoint these individuals. From the law category, Frank Emery received 6 nominations. From the government category, David Howard received 7 nominations. From the architecture category, Todd Collins received 7 nominations. And from the logistics category, Jocelyn Jones-Nolly received 6 nominations.
Move by acclamation.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion pending. You made a motion and I seconded the action that's in our agenda,
have to adopt
which
it.
was the appointment of the foundation, the alliance, and the mayor. So we should complete that action and then act on this.
Okay.
Did she call the names of those appointments?
Yeah. Stephanie, do you mind calling the names of the Carolinas for the
For the recommendations from the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance, Wyatt Dixon and Lucia Zapata Griffith. From the Foundation for the Carolinas, Peter Pappas. And the 2 recommended by the mayor are Charles Bowman and Christy Long.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second to approve those 5 individuals before we go into a second motion to approve the council's appointment.
Okay.
Okay? Any questions or conversations on those 5 individuals?
Yeah, I
the
just,
5.
my
Ms. Watlington?
apologies, I did turn in my ballot here in the last little bit. I just want to, I'd like to verify a couple of things because the numbers that I looked at would have put a couple more people over, at least one more person over. So you may not have the results. I know. You may not have the results from my particular one, so I just wanted to verify that
do.
all. Okay,
But you said you didn't vote for the 5.
I know, but.
And so all others will come back to you on the
Clerk,
24th.
do you have all of the ballots that the council members have turned in?
I do.
Okay. Okay.
We can't.
Any other discussion on those 5 individuals? Hearing none, all in favor, raise hands.
They split it.
It's 5.
It's 5.
Yeah.
2 for the mayor, 2 for the foundation.
These aren't ours.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Any opposed? All right, that is unanimous. Okay. Madam Clerk, could you read for the council appointees, those individuals that reached 6 or more votes? Again, please.
From the law category, Frank Emery received 6 nominations. For the government category, David Howard. Excuse me, that number is 8. That number is 8 nominations. Todd Collins, 7 nominations. And Jocelyn Jones-Nolly, 6 nominations.
Okay, so we probably have to have another motion now.
Move by acclamation.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Ms. Watlington?
Are you able to read the council members that supported Katrina Jones, please?
That supported who? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the name.
Well, my question is for Katrina. Katrina Jones, or Young, excuse me.
Katrina Jones?
Katrina Young.
Young, I'm sorry, yes.
You're okay, I said it
Was
was.
who we recommended.
Katrina didn't.
These will come back, but I have council members Anderson, Graham, Mayfield, Mitchell, and Watlington.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I got a question too.
yes, Ms. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a question. I want to know the
Yes.
6 members that voted for Jocelyn Nolly.
Well, so the clerk can read them now, but you know she's going to publish everyone that
I
got
want them
6 or
read
more.
now.
Okay?
I'm requesting for them to be read now.
For
What?
Jocelyn Nolly,
Joe and Mitchell.
Okay,
thank you so much.
okay. Any other questions? Mr. Graham?
Did any other candidate reach 5, other than the one that you mentioned earlier?
Yes, sir. The ones that were less than 6 will come back to you on the 24th. And in the council action, those that nominated, that voted or nominated those individuals will be shown in the council action.
But there were a number of others that reached 5?
Yes, and those will come back to you
Okay.
next, at the next business meeting.
We just can't take an action.
We can't take an action
Oh,
tonight.
okay.
Okay, all right, so,
She has a question.
Ms. Brown?
Yes, Ms. Brown is not finished. Now, I know you said that they're going to be public.
No, he didn't.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. And we have confirmed, right?
I did.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, we have Frank, David, Todd, and Jocelyn. Those were the 4 that reached 6 or more votes by council.
Just asked me, like, what the hell?
And who got 5?
Okay,
So the remaining 3 will come back to us next week, right?
Yes, for the 24th, yes.
Madam Clerk, so just so that there's clarity, will you just state what next steps are?
Next steps will be anyone that received less than 6, more than 2 nominations, but less than 6 will come back to you at your November 24th meeting. You will receive your ballots on Thursday. You will receive the council action, the RCA that states which individual council members nominated each individual that falls within the more than 2 nominations and less than 6.
With the understanding that with tonight's passing of those 4, we have 3 remaining appointments.
Total 7.
Yes. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you. Madam Clerk, for clarification, because as part of the ad hoc committee, we
I know it.
identified the categories. So when this comes back to full council, are the categories that we still need to fill going to be identified? So for transparency's sake and for clarity, once we completed all of the interviews, then we went back to the specific categories that were identified, and we made recommendations based on those categories. So we have 3 seats that did not receive enough votes. With those 3 are the categories that are still vacant based on the PAVE Act. Is that going to be identified to ensure that we have parity? Because one of our challenges was that between business community, mayor's appointment, economic development, as well as finance and small business was identified. So we were looking at the other categories to ensure that we had diversity and experience. So would that information be identified for those that will be voting in this next round?
I would say yes, council member.
Thank
In
you.
order to be consistent with what the process that you used this time, I would say yes.
So, hang on, I'm going to go to Mr. Mitchell, and then I'll follow up with Mr. Graham, and then Ms. Brown.
So let's make sure we level set and this 11 council members are clear. So today, we approved the category of law, government, architect, and logistics.
Correct.
So on November 24th, those categories will not be on our ballot for November the 24th, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, I have Mr. Graham, and then I have Miss Brown.
So I'm under the impression, and let me first thank the committee for doing some good work, and the fact that we were able to get 4 nominations cleared tonight is good work. But I'm under the impression, though, notwithstanding the recommendations from the subcommittee, that the council has the choice of selecting any 7 from any categories, and the categories only are a litmus test for qualification. We don't have to break them up by categories, and that's how I made my selection tonight. I didn't kind of make it based on where they fell. I kind of selected the
Quality.
the 7 individuals I believe that meet my individual standards for my vote, notwithstanding which category they fell in. There were some categories I chose none.
Right.
So I think when they come back, we should be able to choose anyone of the 27, or, right? Am I?
Right.
Well, so thank you, Mr. Graham.
they got 2
I'm going to
there.
go to the city attorney so she can speak on this matter.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilmember Graham, not to block anything that you're suggesting right now, but I do want to remind council that there are 2 categories that are yet to be filled and will need to be filled, and that is with respect to the bus rider category, which is required by the Memorandum of Understanding, and the small business category, which is required by the PAVE Act. The small business category that has been appointed by the Business Alliance, that is not to the exclusion of the requirement by council, because the PAVE Act specifically calls for a remaining vote or remaining one. I see some puzzled faces.
And just to follow, I think you're absolutely correct. So those are the only 2 requirements that we have to fill by categories. The other 5, it can be all of them, hypothetically, if they were in the category of logistics, could be chosen, right? Because it only prescribes that the individuals that serve on the board meet these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 type of characteristics. It doesn't say that they have to, that the council has to pick certain categories or individuals based on, because it's like 9 categories and only 7 appointments, right? So the math doesn't even make sense, right?
Exactly.
So yes, Councilmember Graham, and again, I was just reiterating the statutory requirement under
I get
the
that.
PAVE Act and separately the MOU, but yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have Ms. Brown, and then I have Ms. Ajmira, then Ms. Watlington.
Okay, so I understand that we're going to, this is going to come out publicly, but some people watching now, and they may miss it. So if I could, I would like to know the votes for Emma Allen, please.
So, okay, so,
Madam Clerk.
no, hang on, Ms. Ajmira. So, Ms. Brown, all of the votes will be made public.
I understand that.
So.
I understand that.
You have a list of individuals? Do you want to know?
I have a list of individuals that I'm asking, and that is my right. So I would like to
absolutely.
know who vote for Emma Allen.
Okay. Clerk?
For what category?
Who
Ms.
cast their
Brown.
votes for Miss Emma Allen, please?
I'm sorry.
Who cast their vote for Miss
For Emma Allen,
Allen?
I have Ms. Ajmira, Brown, Johnson, and Watlington.
Okay.
And might I also add that according in the consideration of the work group, as they were going through the qualifications, Jocelyn Jones-Nolly does meet the transit rider category or specification.
Thank you. Okay, so I have Ms. Ajmira, and then I have Ms. Watlington, and then Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. So I agree with what Councilmember Graham said. He said it very well. in terms of the category. When we were discussing the process earlier, we had decided that it will give council a flexibility to decide on the final selection, on the final 7. Because if you look at the category, there are individuals that are meeting multiple categories. And just because they were assigned one category and it was more competitive, they didn't make it to the final round. So I think we need to keep that in mind and ultimately let the council decide on who will be the 7 rather than forcing us to choose a category. Because honestly, there are a lot of individuals who applied that selected more than 3 or 4 categories. So it's not, I feel like if we choose the category, we are choosing winners and losers based on the competitiveness. So I just don't think that's fair. So I will be making my decision based on what Councilmember Graham said as to who will be the best 7 to serve on this authority. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Watlington.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate, I think Councilmembers Jasmira and Graham said it best. The thing that I want to be clear about, because I will also be selecting based on who I believe is the best fit for the collective, based on who's already been selected. I just want to make sure that if people's names showed up in categories that have already been filled based on these appointments, are we still going to see the full slate of remaining candidates so long as they got at least 2 votes?
You will.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Have Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. I'm just clarifying a little also. Ms. Ashmira and Dr. Watlington have already clarified it. But as far as categories, when we were voting, there were 9 categories. Business and transit rider were at the end. Small business and transit rider were at the end. So I remember calling Mr. Driggs about the categories, and he was saying transit rider was not a standalone category. That was and I don't know that small business was either. That was my understanding.
Can I respond to that?
So, well, no, we can let the city attorney.
Thank you.
City attorney,
Right.
can you respond to the question? The question was around the 2 categories, the public transportation rider and small business. They were not a part of the original categories within the actual referendum.
Or the survey, if I'm correct. I know transit rider wasn't, and I believe small business.
They were part of the act. And we vetted our office in conjunction with the Madam Clerk's office as well, vetted the applications to ensure that there was at least one applicant available and eligible to fit those categories, Councilmember Johnson. And so I don't know that I'm answering fully your questions. I want to make sure I circle back to clarify anything I missed.
I can't explain that.
Okay.
May I respond?
Yes, Mr. Driggs.
Thank you. What the act says is the city will appoint 12, right? 5 of them we know about, 7 for us. And it says that among the 12, there will be at least 1 small business. That means, though, that you choose from the 9 categories, and your choice in those 9 categories must include somebody who's a small business owner. It's not a 10th category. It's an additional requirement of at least 1 of the people from the 9 categories. The memorandum of understanding that we entered into with the members of Mecklenburg County, a separate agreement among the municipalities, then further provided that there would be a rider among our city's 12 appointments. Now, I think from the discussions that we had, we have a rider and we have a small business. So that nothing to limit more riders and more small businesses. But the requirements of those 2 agreements, that there be a rider and a small business in the 9 categories, in addition to the category, has been met.
Yes.
So that was the practical application? There weren't those standalone categories of small business and transit rider, which I thought that's what you explained earlier.
Okay. But that qualification, that minimum threshold has been met with those that are being appointed.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right, Ms. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. You're doing such a great job. I greatly appreciate you. I want to say that thank you to the committee. You guys worked hard. I really appreciate your efforts and time that you took aside to work through this. But
Reach out to them.
as the clerk, I want to ask you, did anyone in opposition, is there anyone in opposition in that list that we, I wouldn't say we, but in that list? Is there anybody in opposition? Is anyone on the committee can answer that we selected? Is anybody that was in opposition, like me, in opposition of the referendum to move forward?
I don't believe that was a qualification for the application
I didn't ask, was it a qualification?
No, but what I'm getting to, Ms. Brown, is I don't know that we can state with full certainty that there is or that there isn't.
Mayor
I
Pro
can,
Tem, in the applications, we asked the question, did you support it? And that data was on a spreadsheet that was given to everybody.
Again, Mayor Pro Tem, again, since Mr. Driggs was on the committee, he answered that question, he asked that question. I would like to know, and if whoever needs to get it done, attorney, whoever, I would like to know if we are showing that we had someone that was in opposition to move forward.
within the pool of the 27 applicants?
That was recommended.
That was recommended, not the applicants. I know there was opposition in applicants.
Okay.
I know there was opposition in
In the
applicants.
recommended.
The recommendations, did we
Okay.
have anybody that was opposing?
I get what you're saying. So, Madam Clerk, if you,
The recommendations.
if you,
No,
okay.
I can answer that.
Yes.
I don't, Councilmember Brown, I don't think, I'm thinking about all the names we recommended. I don't think there was no one in that list.
Correct. I didn't think it was either, but I just wanted to confirm it for the record, and so that's something to consider.
Yeah.
That's something to consider on this next round. It really is, because we want to be fair. We want to be fair, and if everybody, we had 80-some thousand people that disagreed. It was almost as many people said no that said yes. That's something not to be ignored.
Understood.
I hope it's understood.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, so we have the motion through acclamation to approve the 4 individuals who have met 6 or more votes. We've had our discussion. We ready to vote? All right. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed?
I'm confused. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't.
No,
You understand what
I'll
I'm-
clarify.
Okay,
I'll
thank
clarify. We had ballots that were given to council for all 27 applicants. We've had 4 individuals through our ballot process who have met the threshold of 6 or more votes from the council member. The clerk has read those individuals, and we've had a motion and a second to approve those like we typically do for any other board or commission. And we've had our discussion, and now we're ready to vote.
We did vote.
No,
We did vote.
We did.
we were, yes, we did vote, but just point of information for Ms. Brown.
That's fine, but we did vote.
Okay? So we just raised our hands to vote, and then I was in the middle of saying, any opposed to approving these 4 individuals who have met the threshold of 6 or more votes by a council member? Are there any opposed? 1 opposed. Okay. Ms. Brown is opposed.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, could I make 2 comments?
Yes, sir.
One, I see one of our partners here, so I want to thank the Business Regional Alliance. David, thank you for your partnership. And I think we have, I'm looking around, I think we have at least 1 applicant in attendance. Congratulations, David Howard.
Okay. I have Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The vote has passed, but I want to make sure that we have as much clarity as possible. Hopefully, those of you in the community were able to tune in to all of the interviews. Between the 3 of us, we had a scoring system of 0 to 3, based on the actual questions. If you participated or watched, you noticed that each block of interviews had a different set of 5 questions, mainly to ensure that we did not have anyone watching a meeting on Wednesday when their interview wasn't until Friday or Saturday to try to prep for the responses. So each block of interviews were asked 5 questions. Those questions were then ranked. You had the opportunity to receive up to 15 points total for excellent per each one of us, which would have given a total of 45. We did not look at who had what scoring. As soon as the 3 of us scored, we handed it off to staff. We got ready for the next interview. So on Saturday afternoon is when staff brought back to the committee, here are the individuals that scored 45. We had 6 total that actually scored a 45 across in total. One individual, I believe, we had 4 individuals. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, correct. 6 individuals that scored a 45, 2 individuals that scored a 41. Now, the clarification that my colleagues just asked for regarding committees, when the 3 of us were in conversation based on our understanding of the payback and what was required of us, because the mayor as well as business community had made appointments to economic development and small business, we then moved forward based on identifying the other categories. Logistics, finance, government, public transportation, urban planning, economic development, and made our recommendations based on that. I will also say it was a recommendation from the committee. One of the committee members didn't necessarily choose all of the 7 that we recommended. At the end of the day, council has the ability to then vote. What we were under the impression of, and the way that we maneuvered throughout these interviews, was based on the categories and making sure that to the best of our ability, the city of Charlotte is going to be represented by someone with finance background, government, public transportation, urban planning, economic development, engineering, and if we had that department, that particular category was already identified, then we look to see did this individual fall into any of the other categories. Just initially looking at the 45, those who scored at 45. And that is how we identified our 7 that we recommended, recognizing and knowing that as a full council, you have the ability to support who you support. I chose as a committee member, after working for many hours on this together, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and the multiple meetings prior to getting to the interview process, I chose to place my vote for the 7 that we recommended. It is now the opportunity for full council. There are still 3 seats, because there were individuals that I personally would have loved to say, yeah, this is who I'm voting for, but I chose to commit to the process that we verbally committed to, and that is supporting the 7 recommended. There's the opportunity where we have 3 additional appointments. As a council, we then get to see 6 plus. I would hope, considering there are 11 council members and some individuals receive 7 or 8 votes, that everyone will fully participate in the last 3 so that we can move it forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we've had our vote. As we transition into the zoning aspect of our meeting, I just want to close it out by thanking the selection committee. I sat in on as many meetings, interviews as I possibly could, but you guys were there for all of the interviews, all of the workshops that you guys had, working through it. And I appreciate your collaboration and your time commitment, because it was truly an investment over the last several days. So thank you to Mr. Mitchell, who was our chair, Mr. Driggs, as well as Ms. Mayfield. All right, and thank you and congratulations to those that were appointed this evening. So now we're going to transition to the zoning part of our meeting, and I'm going to explain the zoning process. The process begins with applications submitted to planning staff for review. Cases of two types are on the agenda: decisions and hearings. Decisions on cases for which a public hearing was previously held, so no public comment tonight. For hearings, anyone wishing to speak, they're asked to see our clerk before the start of that particular hearing. Staff will give a presentation with no time limit. The petitioner will have 3 minutes combined to present the case unless one of two things have occurred. One is if there is opposition signed up to speak against that petition, or if our staff is in opposition. In both cases, the petitioner gets 10 minutes, the opposition gets 10 minutes, and then the petitioner will have 2 minutes for a rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, staff provides a short presentation, the public hearing is closed, and then we move forward. The petitions go to the Zoning Committee of Planning Commission for review and recommendation. And at this time, I'm going to pass it over to Chair Wilton so he can introduce his committee.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Council. My name is Douglas A. Welton, and I am the chairman of the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission. Allow me to introduce my fellow commissioners. We have Melissa Gaston, Aaron Shaw, Teresa McDonald, Robin Stewart, Carolyn Millen, and Michael Caprioli. The Zoning Committee will meet on Wednesday, December 2nd at 5:30 p.m. At that meeting, the Zoning Committee will discuss and make recommendations on the petitions that have a public hearing here tonight. The public is welcome at that meeting as well, but please note, it is not a continuation of the public hearing that is being held right now. Prior to that meeting, you are welcome to contact us and provide us with input if you would like. You can find information on our contact information and information about the petitions that are being reviewed here at the city's website at charlotteplanning.org. And that is all. I will hand it back to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we will begin with all of our deferrals and withdrawals, and we will attend to those all in one motion. I will pass it over to staff so they can go through it.
Yes, thank you. We have quite a list, so please stop me if you would like me to repeat something. So starting with decisions, item number 9, 2024-127 by Wood Partners, deferring decision to December 15th. Item number 10, 2025-021, by Harold Jordan, deferring decision to December 15th. Item number 11, petition 2025-027 by Mission City Church and Freedom Communities, deferring decision to December 15th. Item number 12, petition 2025-042 by Brian Elsey, deferring decision to December 15th. Item number 13, petition 2025-039 by Christopher Martin, deferring decision to December 15th. Item number 14, petition 2025-057 by Tribeca Properties, deferring decision to December 15th. For our hearings, we have item number 15, petition 2025-063 by Northwood Raven, deferring hearing to December 15th. Item number 16, petition 2025-096 by Justin Berry, deferring hearing to December 15th. We just added item number 19, petition 2025-088 by Northway Homes, deferring their hearing to December 15th. Item number 21, petition 2025-100 by Roland Development Group LLC, deferring hearing to December 15th. Item number 25, petition 2025-070 by Prosperity Alliance, deferring hearing to December 15th. And item number 30, petition 2025-094 by Etopico Properties Incorporated, deferring hearing to December 15th.
Move to approve all deferrals.
Second.
All right, thank you. Any comment, Ms.
Yeah, I have a
Watlington?
question, and my question is, I realize that the specific motion right now is just to defer these, but in the spirit of an agenda adjustment, which essentially is what it is. I'll notice that number 31, though not deferred, is the only one that's got opposition. So I'm wondering if there's any way as part of this agenda adjustment that we can move that one up so that Mr. Dunn doesn't have to wait until item 31 to speak in the hearing.
I'll second that.
Well, we have a motion
Okay,
pending
sorry.
right now for the deferral.
Yep, we do have a motion, pending right now.
Right,
You're just asking to move something up. Can we get through this one first and?
Yeah, I'm fine however we do it. I just didn't know if this needed to be part of this motion or we can do it as a separate motion to adjust the agenda. I'm fine with that.
Madam Attorney,
I think if a separate motion, I think if you can vote on the.
after we vote for the deferrals, then we can go there. Okay, any other discussion? All in favor to move the aforementioned petitions to December's zoning meeting, please raise hands. Any opposed? All right, that is unanimous. Now, Ms. Watlington, would you like to make a motion?
Yep, I move to bring item number 31, rezoning petition number 2025-095, to the top of the zoning hearings agenda in order to hear the opposition, or the only opposed position.
Second.
petition.
Okay, there is a second. Madam Attorney, do we need a motion to do that, or can we simply just move it up? I'm thinking through that.
If there's no objection from the council, if there's no objection, you can move it up.
Okay.
So-
Is there any objection to moving that item up?
No.
Hearing none, we can begin with that item.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And that item is number 31. So,
Sorry, just to confirm, we'll continue with the consent agenda after.
yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
That was only approval.
I'm with you, ma'am.
Before the decision.
Yep, hang on. Hang on, guys. We're at deferrals and withdrawals. We just had that motion. But first, we're going to do the consent agenda, and then we'll start with that one. Okay? All right. So now that brings us to our consent agenda portion of the agenda. Rezoning petition items 4 through 8 may be considered in one motion, except for those pulled by a council member. Please note that these petitions meet the following criteria. They had no public opposition at the petition hearing. Staff recommends approval. Zoning committee recommends approval, and there were no changes after the zoning committee's recommendations. Are there any consent agenda items that a council would like to pull for a question, comment, or a separate vote? Ms. Mayfield?
Separate vote for number 4 and 8.
Separate vote for number 4 and 8. All right. So, is there a motion to approve the following petitions and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency for each of these petitions as they appear in our agenda? And I will read the petition numbers out loud. Item number 5, petition number 2025-075. Item number 6, petition number 2025-080. And item number 7, petition number 2025-087. Is there a motion to adopt and approve?
Motion.
Oh, can I make a comment on this?
I need a second. I have.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion from Mr. Peacock and a second from Mr. Driggs. Any discussion? Ms. Johnson?
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment on item number 5. I don't need to pull it. This came before us last month. This is just a petition to kind of clean up some of the uses and bring it back into compliance since the UDO change. And we also added language to restrict a data center. I don't know if you all remember that, but it was kind of open uses, and I wanted to make sure we added the data centers are restricted for this petition. That's all. Thank you.
Any other comment? Hearing none, all in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? Okay, that is unanimous. Is there a motion to approve petition number 2025-045 by J&J Customs Home?
So moved.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Mayfield?
Question for staff. We have on here that this petition proposes for the development of a single-family detached residential community and accessory uses as allowed by right. The city is in discussions. We have a pilot regarding a ADU program that potentially can benefit current homeowners. Would this new development qualify for that ADU program that is being implemented?
Correct. There's no reason that the conditions would prohibit that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional comment? Hearing none, all in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? Ms. Mayfield is in opposition. Is there a motion to approve petition number 2025-090 by Stephen Sillard Tunnel to Towers Foundation, a New York not-for-profit corporation?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Mayfield, any discussion on item 8? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, as this, so I am going, I have already shared an email regarding concerns with this particular development, but more importantly, as this plan is inconsistent with our 2040 policy map recommendation, then I will be a no vote.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one of the things that we mentioned last month when they were in front of us was about a displacement plan, and we were told that they didn't think there was any long-term tenant, occupants of the hotel. Did we get confirmation of that? Can we?
As far as we're aware, there are no long-term tenants from the conversations that we've had with the petitioner.
Did we get anything in writing or anything from the petitioner?
I do not have anything in writing as of this exact moment.
The petitioner is here, but he's not allowed to speak.
Okay, well, if the petitioner can just send an email just verifying that, that would be great.
You can ask him a specific question.
I can ask him to come down?
Direct question,
Okay.
yes.
Can you come down then to the podium and, not too fast? No slips, trips, or falls. Okay, we have a directive question to you from Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, can you?
So last month, I asked specifically about a displacement plan, and you advised that there were no long-term occupants.
That's correct, ma'am.
Were you able to verify that?
I was. I spoke with the seller, and they verified that. And I did attempt to send you an email. I'm sorry if you did not receive that, but probably a few days or a week after the hearing, I did try to do that.
Okay, all right. If you could just resend that so we have that. Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
Any more
That's all I
questions?
have. No, not for me.
Okay. Hearing no further discussions, all in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? Ms. Mayfield is in opposition. Okay, so then that takes us to the hearings portion of our agenda, and we will begin with agenda item number 31, petition item number 2025-095 by Gus Levy. The location is approximately .26 acres west of Statesville Road, south of Hutchinson McDonald Road, and north of Riley Avenue in District 2, Mr. Graham's district. Current zoning is N1B, proposed zoning CG. Staff approves this petition. And do we have someone to speak for the petition? Because I don't have a name, I only have opposition listed.
I have it for you.
Okay,
Got one right here.
okay. So, all right, so after, just receiving it here, so after staff's presentation, Mr. Levy, or Levi, you will have 10 minutes, and then Mr. Dunn will have 10 minutes, and you'll have a 2-minute rebuttal. So you can make your way while staff is doing their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and just wait for the PowerPoint, moving stuff around. All right. This site is just over 1/4 of an acre, located just west of Statesville Road, south of Hutchinson McDonald Road, north of Riley Avenue, in an area where we have predominantly industrial uses to the south. Directly to the west, thank you, are neighborhood 1B uses, and to the north, but industrial uses further to the west, and commercial corridor all along Statesville Road. vacant commercial lots directly to the east of this site. It is currently zoned Neighborhood 1B, and they are proposing to go to general commercial. This is a conventional rezoning request, meaning that there is no associated site plan. It is considered inconsistent with the 2040 Policy Maps recommendation for the Neighborhood 1 place type at this site. Given that the area is pretty commercial in nature with that, the industrial and commercial uses surrounding the site to the south and to the east, we felt that this was an appropriate shift to the commercial place type at this site when we looked at some of our criteria for that commercial place typology mapping. And it's within an area that has an access, a gap for access to essential amenities, so this helps provide more acreage to that commercial place type. The zoning district, the general commercial zoning district would require Class B landscape yards, which is 25 feet wide, along any property lines that abut Neighborhood 1 districts, which it does abut to the north and to the west, which provides additional screening between any potential uses that would be on that site. Located near transit and 3 different bus stations. And like I said, this is a pretty commercial corridor in nature, though this exact section has a bit of Neighborhood 1B zoning on it. So I'll be happy to answer further questions after petitioner and opposition comments.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Levi. You have 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you, guys. I just wanted to state that I did hold our community meeting on October 9th, which I did send out all letters to the surrounding neighbors on September 18th, and I did get confirmation from a majority of all that they did receive that letter. However, knowing that my opposition is Mr. Dunn, is whom my client had purchased the land from 2 years ago, back in August 17th, 2023, and has been on board and has known what the original plan was for the future of that lot. He has been on board for the past 2 years in constant communication with my client up until, I believe, a week ago or 2 weeks ago. So I'm not sure what the opposition is now. So before having to dive too much into detail, I'd like to know what his opposition is to be able to respond to that.
Okay. We also have a Carolyn Westbrook that is listed in opposition as well. Ms. Westbrook, are you, okay? All right. Just for clarity's sake, if you're transitioning over to allow them to speak, you don't get the balance of your 10 minutes. You only get a 2-minute rebuttal.
That's okay.
Okay, all right. So then I would ask that Mr. Dunn and Miss Carolyn Westbrook, you guys can come to the podium. Are you complete now? Are you done? All right, excellent. If you two can come to the podium, you will have 10 minutes in aggregate, and then Mr. Levi, you will have 2 minutes for a rebuttal after they speak.
Yes, ma'am.
You can go in whatever order you like. You just have 10 minutes combined.
Mine won't take 10 minutes. My position is definitely no. I bought that property in 1988. I've got 1.1 acre, 0.22, 1.25 acres of land there. This lot backs up to my back lot. When they came in and graded the land out, I asked what were they doing with it. Had they gotten a permit to park cars back there? And the answer was they did have it rezoned to do so. And then later I find that they do not. I'm finding that to be a hazard to my property. Already I'm seeing snakes, seeing rats coming from that vacant lot with all the cars parked. And I feel that if he's going to buy the property, he should have done his due diligence before paying that money for that property. And now he's asking us, or asking me and Mr. Dunn to jeopardize what we've done, which is home for us, to make it convenient for him to have a business in our backyard. And I am definitely against it. I have had to deal with them having dogs out there and not being able to go out because the dogs will get out, and I have a small dog. So I don't get to walk my dog when those dogs are running around. And I think they misled me, especially when they were doing this construction to their lot, to tell me that they had it rezoned and it was okay. So I do not want to jeopardize my property for somebody else's benefit, and that's home for me and just a business for them.
Mr. Dunn?
I'm kind of in agreement with Carolyn. When my neighbor bought that property, I didn't know who was buying it. I had no idea. I sold it through a realtor, and I assume he bought it through a realtor. I never met him. I didn't tell him he could do anything with that property. I just figured somebody was buying it to build a house. And when he bought it, he tore out all the grass and paved the whole thing, and I thought that looked kind of odd. I asked him what he doing, he said he could park cars back there. He had tow business. Well, yeah, I'm okay with parking cars. I don't make no noise. I can live with that. You got a fence around it. But then he starts working on them and messing with them, and there's compressors and generators and impacts and noise and smells and gas fumes and old gas and engines running at all hours of days and night. And they ain't even got the building built yet. This is just an empty parking lot they're doing all this in. Just think what it's gonna be when they get a dadgum truck and car garage there. My yard's gonna be turned into a waiting room for a dad-blame garage. I mean, and I've put over almost half my life in this house, 26 years building it to make it, it's a 90-year-old house, making something that I'm proud of. And I really am. I'm proud people see it. But I won't be proud of it, being tired of being thrown over the fence and people, working on cars in the yard. I won't be proud of that. It's going to run our property value down because nobody's going to want to rent it from me or buy it from me because there's a garage in the backyard. And then my taxes are going to go up because, well, of course, it's commercial property around there, so commercial taxes, we all know that's higher than residential. So it's going to bite me about two different ways. And I just don't think that, if you're going to buy a property, you ought to look into the zoning on it before you buy it, or at least the capabilities of rezoning it, not just buy it and say, you move out or do with whatever you want, I'm going to build what I want, and, the heck with you. That ain't right. I was here first. Well, actually, Carol was here first, I was here second. And I think if you want to build something like that, go build it somewhere else. Build a house back there, The guy told me that's what he's going to do. He said he's going to build a big old 2-3-story house back there. People can look down on me. I said, go ahead and build it. That'd be fine. I'll wave at him. That'd be all right, as long as you don't make noise. That's all I had to say.
Okay.
Another one of my concerns is that, as I said, I've been there for more than 20-some years. I'm a senior. I'm not ready to move, and I can't afford the price of housing now on a fixed income. So no, I don't want to move out of my property into an area where I'm going to be paying more than what I'm receiving on fixed income.
Amen.
Both on fixed income.
Yeah, so that should have been something he should have looked into before he bought the property and decided to do what he's going to do.
Thank you both.
I even tried to buy it back from him, and he wouldn't accept my offer, so.
I have questions for them before they walk away.
Well, Mr. Levi gets a rebuttal, and then we can open it up for questions. So hang tight, Ms. Mayfield. If you guys can stay close, because we already have questions from council members. Mr. Levi, you have 2-minute rebuttal.
So my only opposition is, they claim that the backyard, it's going to be commercial, it's going to be a business. Their backyard right now is businesses, and it's industrial, and it's large manufacturing plants, used car dealership in the back on the cul-de-sac. So that whole street is predominantly all industrial and commercial. Okay, so their backyard is, yes, right now, we don't have a building built there. He's complaining about noises or any work that's being done in the backyard. Obviously, when you have a building, it all is going to be enclosed. And when I had the preliminary community meeting, I was trying to show on a PowerPoint presentation of what we were going to build there, what the building was going to look like, which I shared with several of the other neighbors on that Motorsports Lane Street, which they were all on board for. That's why they're not here. So as far as giving them what they want, we had the option of building a 3-story townhome building there that would be looking over their property, block any view that they had, block any sunlight that they wanted, We've been courteous as far as putting fences up and screening on the fences so that they can't see into the property, to be courteous to them. I can't control dogs, rats, snakes, or anything. No one can do that, whether it's a backyard of a residential property or commercial building. Those are things that I just cannot control. So with that being said, they've had plenty of time to talk about this situation. Mr. Dunn, I know, has been constant communication with Mr. Marcus Williams, text message over text message over text messages. The city of Charlotte had came out wanting to do a pump station on the land. He then said to him, we don't want that either, so we're going to go against you on this end, and then we're going to go against the city on that end. City of Charlotte has already gave us an offer of close to $200,000 to buy the land from us.
10 seconds.
And so just whether, either we put a building there or we're going to put a pump station, the city's going to do that, one or the other.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will go to discussion, and I have Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you. For Mr. Dunn,
Yes, ma'am.
and for either of you, you mentioned that there's already work happening on that lot.
Yep.
Have either of you called 311 for code enforcement? Because we track all of that information. Have either of you called 311 regarding the fact that there has been work that's being done on that lot?
No, I haven't.
Rezoning?
No, I have not.
Just for
I didn't know I could.
the sake of making sure community understands?
I
That
will
is
in the
something
future.
where calling 311, or if you have the CLT Plus app on your phone, not everyone uses their smartphones that way, but you can call 311 regarding a code infraction if there is work that is happening on that land, especially when we have not gone through this process.
Well, there's work going on there, and there's cars parked there, and there's
You have to ask a
So
I don't know what
in
else is
order
going on
for-
there, because
For
I don't-
our process, I have to ask you a specific question in order for you to respond. I asked the specific question, which is, have you called 311? I would encourage you to do that. I will also say that photos also tend to help if there is work that is going on prior to this process. So that is just information for you to know of other ways to make sure that if there's an impact to your home, that you know how to utilize your local government to address certain things, whether it's noise, whether it's vehicles. You can either call 311 or utilize the app, but pictures will also be helpful for upload for that information to make its way to us. But for the sake of how the process works, I had to ask you a specific question, but I wanted to make sure that you knew that those are options that are available to you.
Okay,
Ma'am, without me asking, unless you're going to be able to answer the specific question I asked of if you called 311, that I can get a response to just based on our rules of engagement.
would calling 311 about the dogs running in my property, would that be considered? a
Yes,
call?
ma'am.
Well, I've done that.
Yes, ma'am, the impact of all of that would definitely be a 311 call, and/or if on your phone, the city of Charlotte created a app, CLT, and just the plus symbol, but if you're more comfortable calling 311 and/or emailing all of your council. Your council, all of our emails are pretty much the same. It is our first name dot last name at charlottenc.gov for government, of which the clerk's office can get you. If you contacted the clerk to sign up, you can pretty much get access to our email addresses just by going to the City of Charlotte's website. But yes, you can, infractions, that is what you can call 311 for.
Oh, may I repeat something I said earlier?
I'm gonna have to, again, I have to ask you a very specific question for you to respond based on the rules. I can't meet with you after this if you have an additional question for me.
Okay, thank you. I have Mr. Driggs.
So just a quick question for staff. We've got this activity going on what is currently an N1B. So is this petition trying to cure a non-conforming use?
Yes, so code enforcement is aware of this, and it would help the activity, but I'd have to get more information about the uses occurring on site. So for example, if it's still not a use allowed under CG, then it wouldn't cure that. If it's outdoor storage or some type of industrial use that's not permitted under the general commercial district, then it wouldn't solve for that issue. Outdoor storage.
This is a non-conforming use right now, is that right, under N1B?
It's not a legal non-conforming use. What's
What?
occurring on site, as far as I'm aware, I think there's some outdoor storage activity, which is not permitted under the general commercial district
All
as
right,
well.
so that this is under an N1B, and this is not
Correct.
supposed to be
Yeah,
happening
correct. It's not
there,
allowed under
all right?
N1B.
And,
Yep.
and this petition would mean that it could happen there.
Outdoor storage cannot happen under CG zoning.
What cannot, I'm sorry,
Outdoor storage as a use cannot
but
happen
it sounds
under.
like they're doing, performing work there with machines.
Yeah, so we, because this is a conventional petition, we weren't discussing at length specific uses that could occur on site. We presented to them, what CG allows for. It's kind of incumbent upon the petitioner to understand their site, lot dimensions, limitations, that sort of thing. What could we actually fit here? We explained to them what uses aren't allowed under that zoning district, though. And code enforcement has said that they've been out to the site, and they also left comments within our review cycle about the violation on the site for
All
outdoor
right, it's a
storage.
quarter of an acre, but Mr. Graham is your district representative, very capable guy, and I think he will help to resolve this. It just, on its face, looks a little odd to me right now.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, Ms. Ajmer.
Thank you. So this question is for staff. This petition is inconsistent with the 2040 policy map recommendations for Neighborhood 1. So could you just elaborate on your rationale for recommending this petition?
Yeah, so I'll start with the criteria that we look at when we're considering a place type change from neighborhood 1 to commercial, which you're probably familiar with because it is presented in the program guide of all the community area plan documents under the what's called the minor map amendment criteria. So we're looking at this informally when we're considering our rezoning petitions. And that criteria that we're looking at is, first and foremost, is there a significant acreage that you're plugging into when you're adding this commercial lot onto it? And that minimum acreage threshold for the commercial place type is 10 acres. As you can see, I'll go to the place type map here. This is the place type map. That red is the existing commercial place type on the ground. There's a significant contingency of commercial place type already following along Statesville Road, and so it would plug into that and it meets that minimum acreage threshold. It also has preferred place types, including manufacturing, logistics, and the commercial place type. It's also not located within Uptown. It is located near transit. It's located near those 3 bus stops that I mentioned in my initial presentation. And it's also within an access to amenities gap that our long-range planning folks help us to identify. So that's meeting every single piece of our criteria that we're looking at for that N1 to commercial place type shift and the minor map amendment criteria. And when we're looking at the specific context of this site, it's, as I stated previously, that's a very commercial corridor and motorsports lane that it fronts. The lots along motorsports lane, so you have the vacant lot that is zoned commercial to its east. And then to the west, you have N1B lots, though they are also vacant. And then to the south, you have a commercial lot and a manufacturing logistics zone lot. And the uses on those sites are pretty industrial uses specific. Some office uses, but a lot of industrial uses are occurring on that site. So what we are seeing is there are neighborhood 1 uses adjacent to the site, but they're only occurring directly to the north of the site. So there would be that required 25-foot landscape yard where it's adjacent to any bit of neighborhood 1 zoning, regardless of the vacancy of the lot. But we did take into consideration the surrounding land uses and the overall context of motorsports lane.
So it thank you for that very detailed response. This helps right here. And where we have, so there are setbacks, right? So since we are proposing this to go from N1B to general commercial, are we requiring additional buffer?
So the landscape yards triggered are Class B, which is 25 feet wherever adjacent to Neighborhood 1 zoning. There would also be 20-foot rear yards and I believe at least a 10-foot side setbacks. But that 25 landscape yard is where you're getting a lot of that screening, but because it has those minimum plantings. So for reference, you have the Class A, Class B, and Class C. Class C is your smallest, it's 10 feet, most minimal plantings. Class B is a little bit larger. Class A is what you see when you have those heavy industrial uses. So this is right in the middle of those, but it provides pretty good screening where adjacent to any commercial activity.
So just to follow up on that.
Along its northern property line as well as its western property boundary, even though that's a vacant lot. So if you ever wanted to adjust that for some reason, and if anybody that ever wants to adjust their landscape yards have to follow different processes, whether it's you're asking for a variance because there's a demonstrated hardship or you're performing exceptional kind of design standards, you can follow the ACR alternative or compliance review board process. So yes, 25 feet is the minimum required in the ordinance.
And are these continuous tree line are we talking about?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is this buffer continuous tree line are we talking about?
So the minimum plantings, I'd have to go back to the actual text of Article 20, but it's a mixture of trees as well as vegetative plantings.
Okay, I just want to make sure we are addressing the concerns of the neighbors. I know there is we will work with you all on the landscaping and the buffer and so on, but I would be interested in hearing your thoughts about 25 feet buffer that will be required and that will be included in this plan. Would that address your concerns around all the things that you raised in your remarks?
Asking us?
Yes.
I don't believe 25 foot of.
Sir, could you step up to the, Mr. Dunn, can you
We
step
can't hear you, sir.
up to the microphone, please?
sorry.
Thank you.
I don't think that 25 foot of property, land with a little bit of weeds or brush growing on it and a few trees is gonna stop the smell and the sound of all the repair shop. That's just me.
So in terms of the smell, this question is for staff. What can we, I've never seen anything that come in front of us where there are concerns around smell. What can we do within the tools that we have at our disposal to address that issue?
So you could ask for specific prohibitions on uses that you believe would be noxious. You could ask for increased landscape yard standards. So for example, sometimes in our rezoning petitions, we might ask for a higher classification of a landscape yard planting standard, even if it's not that same width standard. So for example, maybe where typically we see a Class C required, we ask for Class B planting standards, which is thicker. And so you could ask for, in this situation, even though Class B is already required, maybe you ask for a Class A planting standard and adding a fence. So there are items that you can build into this. It would require it to convert to a conditional plan, and that could be a conversation between you all, the folks from the community, as well as the petitioner, to see what makes the most sense. But there are certainly some conversations that could be had as it relates to uses and screening.
That is helpful. So, Mr. Petitioner, if you can come forward, would you be willing to include Class A?
Our original plan was to go from chain link fence to vinyl or solid wood fence, a continuous tree line on the west and on the north side to complete block everything from them so they don't have to see anything we don't see out. The landscaping plan that we had to show during our hearing displayed all that. So it wouldn't be just a vegetation or anything like that. It would be continuous tree line on both sides with solid panel fencing as well.
Okay, so what I hear him say that he's okay with the conditions for Class A buffer.
Well, so I will say if that's desired, because currently it's conventional, so there's nothing being required beyond the Class B standard. So if it's desired by the community and by the dais to hold them to a more specific standard, then it could be that you want it to convert to a conditional plan to essentially codify that within the entitlements. But it sounds like they are stating that they were already planning to exceed the minimum standards, whether or not that was exactly the Class A standard as defined by the ordinance.
Right. I think we could include that. Well, thank you. I hope that you will continue to work with the district representative, Councilmember Graham, and hopefully we can find a middle ground here. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you all for coming out. We will move on to agenda item number 17, petition number 2024-129 by Brookhill Investments LLC. The location is approximately 42.47 acres located on the west side of South Tryon Street, north side of Remont Road, east of Toomey, and south of Tremont Avenue in District 3, Ms. Brown's district. Current zoning, N2B, proposed zoning, N2B, BVO, CAC1 as well. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. After staff's presentation, Mr. Murray will have Mr. Murray will have 10 minutes.
Mr. Brown, I believe. Oh, you were talking opposition.
Yeah.
Correct.
Go ahead, thank you.
Okay, petition 2024-129 is just over 42 acres, about 42 and a half acres. It is currently zoned N2. Get to our slides here. Put it in front of me so I can see what we're working through. 1 moment, please. Great, okay, thank you. Current zoning is N2B, and as discussed, proposed zoning is for N2B to remain as well as CAC1 on a portion of the property, and also to establish the Brook Hill Village overlay. And the adopted place type for this petition is Neighborhood 2. You can see there's quite a bit of activity center around it. We are in decent proximity to the Blue Line and have had a lot of transition and redevelopment in the area. The proposal for this one is a little bit unique. I will say this is probably one of the more unique projects that most of us that have been working on this have really encountered for most of us over some of our professional careers. It's a very unique scenario with a 99-year ground lease on the site. A lot of us are familiar with it. There was existing development. A lot of that development has been since removed from the site. There have been some reinvestment, rehabilitation for the existing residences that have remained behind. So this project and this petition and this property in general do, again, carry a lot of unique challenges. So as we sat down to try to figure out some solutions to try to activate this site and really bring this site to some liveliness in this area, really, we talked through a lot of potential options through the UDO for EX provisions, whether that be through Alternative Compliance Review Board. And a lot of those really just kept running into roadblocks and challenges. So as we continue to look at some options, one of the things that we came up with was to try to establish an overlay district, which really, when you do an overlay district for a property, it does come with the opportunity to really create a unique set of standards for that and for that kind of geography that we've identified in this area for Brook Hill Village. It's really a tool that we really don't use often and probably won't use very often. We've seen it with historic districts. The old ordinance used to have a pedestrian overlay in certain corridors in Dilworth and on Central Avenue. So this is really the first time we're deploying it in a way to try to solve some challenging problems with this kind of creative solution. So this proposal, again, is to rezone a portion of the site to CAC1. You can see that area in blue. The area that's in orange would remain N2B. Does have some area that does, again, have existing housing on and have some other existing uses. Those will remain. The overlay will be across both of those portions of the site. It would allow uses in the CAC1 district in that area that, again, we see in blue. It does allow some things like amphitheaters, rideshare terminals, and also allow some outdoor temporary uses like seasonal sales, temporary RV uses, and also would allow for the establishment of 2 accessory drive-through areas along either South Tryon or Remont Road frontages. So those would be at the hard corners where typically if you saw that type of use, that's where they would like to be located. It does limit building height to 48 feet, commits to a minimum of 25% ground floor transparency on new construction. There is a commitment to provide at least 100 residential units on site that are income restricted to households earning 80% AMI or less for the duration of the land lease. So it's about another 25 years that land lease has left on it. It does limit surface parking lots to 35% of the site. Also would look to exempt the site from subdivision and streetscape requirements. Does state that the maximum block length for Brook Hill Drive would be modified to 1,350 feet and then 900 feet for all other internal streets. Would provide an exemption from the site from tree save requirements as well as internal planting requirements, including landscape yards between uses within the site itself. It does commit to providing 15% of the site as open space, would also establish on-street parking dimensions for internal streets. And there is a clause in there, again, because this is a unique situation with that land lease expiring in 2049. So again, that's about 25 years from now, that once that land lease would expire, we did have to have some type of sunset clause where the uses wouldn't continue to be perpetuated on the site. We would have an opportunity to really think about this site in more of a permanent long-term use. These are really just uses that are being proposed that could be there in a temporary nature over the course of that land lease, potentially be removed without really any hassle to the site and the long-term use of the site. So then that would all get revisited in 25 years from now when that land lease would be up and somebody wanted to really activate the site with the type of permanent uses that you may see that have continued to kind of be redeveloped in that area around Remount Road and Tremont and South Boulevard and Tryon. So as we work through the petition, we do still have some questions. There are some challenges that staff has identified. Again, if we're trying to activate the site with uses that would bring lots of folks for potential entertainment uses, with the outdoor amphitheater, for live music, things like that. The pedestrian infrastructure, frankly, in the area is a challenge. A lot of the sidewalks are substandard from what our requirements are today and what we would typically ask for a project going through a redevelopment. We would ask for those streetscapes to be enhanced and modified to meet our current standards, at least be up to a 6-foot sidewalk or an 8-foot sidewalk with planting strips. And again, if we're looking at activating the site with folks that would be using it for entertainment purposes and other activities, we want to make sure that that infrastructure is in place. That does provide some challenges because the land lease itself, again, is only there for those 25 years. So the investment desire from the development side, is definitely there's some hesitancy there because, again, that long-term investment really could be torn up at a later date if it's made. So what we're trying to find at this point is a balance in the commitment from the development team and what partnerships could be broached for potential reinvestment and redevelopment of that site to at least get back up to some of the minimum standards that we would ask for, particularly for that pedestrian infrastructure. Again, we are really committed to working with the petitioner team, working with the development team on this one. We do think that what's being proposed does make some sense, given the, again, unique nature of the site, given the ground lease being somewhat of a restriction for what can be done from a more permanent standpoint, but we do have to also think about end users for the site, for folks that are going to be coming out and going out to the site again once it is activated. So we're trying to, again, find that balance. Right now, there are a little more questions than we have answers for some of that. So our recommendation currently is not in current form. Again, not because of what's being proposed in terms of the uses that they want to do on the site, and understanding, again, that temporary nature and that unique scenario. It's more trying to get answers to those infrastructure questions about where that responsibility lies, what are the minimums that we can all kind of walk away from and feel comfortable with. And I know, again, the petitioner team has worked pretty diligently with us. We'll continue those conversations. As it stands today, we're just not quite there. So that's why our recommendation is what it is. But I do feel like we will get to a point where we can kind of find that middle ground and find that area of commonality for solving some of those infrastructure challenges and figuring out a good way to again, get that balance to activate the site, but also make the accommodations appropriate for the types of uses and the types of pedestrian activity that we may see, even if it is for that temporary nature for those 25 years. Because again, a lot of the streets that are out there are already public right-of-way, so they would remain. The uses may go away, but that street infrastructure likely would stay in place. So there is some permanence with that. So again, finding that balance is going to be critical. I do think we will get there. Just as of this hearing tonight, we're not quite there yet, but we will really look forward to continuing those conversations and hopefully continue to work with them and bring forward a project that I think everybody is generally excited about. This is really the closest we've gotten to activate the Brook Hill site in probably the 6+ years that I've been here working on it, and even before. So I hope that we can get across the finish line on this one. And again, we're committed to working with everybody, and we'll turn it over to the petitioner team, let them go through their presentation, and then take forward any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, zoning committee members. Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. The Brook Hill Village site, this is exciting. Dave has done a really good job in his presentation, so that'll make my job a little bit easier tonight. If I could get the slides up, there are some things I do want to walk you through. There we go. We can start at the beginning. And a number of you have been involved in conversations, been out to the site, so thank you for that. We're still waiting on the slides there, Em.
So studio, we can see it here on the small screen, is it not? It's not showing up there?
No.
We need it on the large screen, studio.
And I do think because we have, staff is not supported, we have 10 minutes. I have only 3 minutes on my timer. So again, introducing our team here on behalf of Brook Hill Investments, led by Mike Griffin. If y'all don't know Mike, I know many of you do. His family, the Griffin Brothers Company's roots are in the west side of Charlotte, and I think we're so fortunate that they've been stewards of this property for many years. Shook Kelly is our design partner. Colin Pinkney from the Harvest Center. The Harvest Center is a very important player in this site. Colin had a board meeting tonight, but if you have questions, we're happy to set up a meeting if you have questions about what's going on. Also, David Howard, who was here earlier, looks like he snuck out, but is joining us on the Transportation Committee. He is involved as well. I know many of you know Brook Hill Village already. Some of you have ties with it, and so I won't try to give a history, but it has had a place in this community for about 75 years now. And what makes it so interesting, what Dave just mentioned in his presentation, is what my client controls is the remainder of a 100-year lease. So there is just 25 years left on the lease, and that really limits what can be built on the site. And so essentially, at the end of 25 years, this site can become a blank slate. And so that's the big challenge. The things we'll talk about tonight, and I want to make sure zoning committee and council members understand, is this is not a scenario where there's going to be big buildings on the site. There's not going to be a lot of infrastructure in buildings and a built environment. I think many of y'all know the history of Brookhaven Village. It has been a challenge to our community for many years. What the current owner has done is they've come in, they've stabilized the site, they've removed substandard housing, they've partnered with the Harvest Center, which is now operating this portion of the site, to have some very affordable housing in an area of Charlotte where we really need it, and are working to build some community enhance that, kind of have wraparound service for their constituents. They're going to have gyms, activity centers, a lot of things that are going to really be accretive to this community. So Harvest Center is a very important part. They have also those units out there, 75 years old, not much had been put in them. The first thing that the current ownership or current leaseholder did was come in, remove the very substandard housing. This was literally an interior of units that were being occupied, just a couple years ago. These have been totally revitalized and revamped. This is a look at the current units that the Harvest Center is operating. They have 89 units that are being occupied, and these are at very low rents. We talk about affordable housing. We're talking about rents around $500, so less than 30% of AMI. That commitment will remain going forward. So here's a look at the site today. The areas that I have highlighted in blue, this is the Harvest Center area, and this area here, the team would develop new homes. These would be market rate housing, 74 units. But again, remember, they can only be there for 24 years. So the units that they're looking at here are kind of very innovative, maybe modular, that are constructed and brought in, that can be occupied for 24 years and then removed from the site. So the area in blue, we know what's going on here. The question tonight that we're talking about is what happens on the remainder of this site? Under the current N2 zoning, as I mentioned, again, because of the lease interest, no one wants to build buildings. So it's not going to look like the rest of South End. No one's going to build tall buildings. So the ownership team has said, well, what can we do? Could we do temporary? Could we have entertainment on the site? Could we have a farmer's market? No, you can't have a farmer's market. Could we put sports courts and just have volleyball or tennis? No, you can't do that. That's not allowed by zoning. So there are a lot of the simple things. The team has said, hey, we just need to get some excitement back to Brook Hill. Could we have a food truck rally out here and just have people come in, see it again, and let's establish this site? But none of that is allowed by our UDO. Our UDO is set up, this is a very urban area, and it's set up for this type of development that you see all around South End. It just doesn't have the flexibility to come in and do kind of small scale development, because frankly, this will never happen again. There's just nowhere else in Charlotte where there's this much land that's restricted by that lease. So I will say, as Dave mentioned, none of us really knew how to deal with this, or on our side or the staff side. It's something we've not seen before, we didn't know how to deal with. And so staff really put their thinking caps on and said, well, what if we came up with an overlay and could overlay some special rules on this zoning and create the flexibility to have kind of those small minor uses and make them okay. So your planning staff deserve a great deal of credit for figuring this one out. So we have that, as Dave did a good job of going over what is allowed, some of the flexibility to have entertainment uses, things that will bring the community together that really don't require a lot of buildings. And so Dave has reported, I'm happy to reflect, we have done, I think, a good job of creating an environment that will allow something to happen on the site that allow the community to come in and use it with not big, expensive buildings. And so it'll be something really unique. The current challenge that we have, as Dave mentioned, is of course under the UDO, when you come in and develop, every other developer that comes in and builds big buildings, they then build new streets, they build new sidewalk, they put in the big nice sidewalks, they do new curb and gutter, we put in all the tree requirements. And you can do, if we were developing this like the rest of South End, where we're developing a couple $100 million worth of real estate here, all that infrastructure could be paid for. But when we're doing things like entertainment and farmers markets and food trucks, that type of development just cannot fund new streets, new sidewalks, and tree plantings. And so that's what we're discussing with staff now. We have some city departments that say, yeah, but when a developer comes in and does something on the site, they've got to bring everything up to standard. And we're saying there is no money to do that. So if you would like that to be done, we're going to need some cooperation, some city dollars to do those things. And so that's the conversation we're having now. I think it's reasonable, and I think Dave's right. We do think we're going to find a way forward. Staff has put forward some pretty reasonable requests. Hey, we at least need a connection to Dunavant, and can you give us some pedestrian connections here to serve the site? We're working on that. The team knows that they can be provided. But we're now talking about, well, what about the infrastructure? What about the streets, the sidewalks, the street trees? This is a picture from 2022. So 3 years ago, before the current owners came into the site. I don't know if you can see it, but this is the condition. Look at the curb and gutter. You can hardly see the sidewalk in some places. The street trees not in good condition. Part of the reason that the infrastructure needs to be improved is, frankly, the city spent very little improving the infrastructure in this area. For about 75 years, it doesn't look like much happened. So that was 3 years ago. This is the same corner this year. You can at least see the current ownership has come in, they've cleaned it up, you can see the sidewalks, they've removed substandard housing. So this team has been good stewards, on their own to come improve this environment. Here's another look at a corner. This was a look at it 3 years ago. This is what it looks like today. You also see there's a lot of parking, because folks come here, they park on the site, they do work in the area. So I just wanted to demonstrate for you, there is subpar streets, there's subpar curb and gutter, there's subpar sidewalk, because we, as a city, have not invested in this area. And so the conversation that we need to have, and I'm glad we're having a hearing tonight, we do need some leadership. I think your staff needs some guidance from council and city manager's office on what's the right balance, okay? We've got kind of a list. The city staff gave us a list of infrastructure they would like. The price tag on that is about $7 million. As we talked to ED, they said, on that, we'd like to see, we could maybe help out if you're getting $70 million worth of new construction here and improvements. Are you getting that? No, we're not. The type of development we're doing is not generating that much tax base because we're not building big buildings. So I think there's somewhere in between where maybe we go through that list and say, okay, what are the absolute priorities? What can our team bring to the table? And how can we, reach a consensus so that we have infrastructure that functions without assistance, frankly, from the city or the public? We would not be able to bring these up to a standard that we typically require. And as we talk to your staff, it does make sense of, hey, do we really want to go in and put in all new streets because they may get torn out at the end of this lease anyway? So that's a lot, but credit to staff for thinking outside the box. We have a way to make this work from a zoning perspective so these unique uses can work. We have an ongoing dialogue about the infrastructure, what exactly is needed and how we'll fund that. And so we'll continue those, and we will need some guidance from you all, so you may get some follow-ups from us. Your staff may as well, to figure out how we kind of meet, hopefully in the middle, and find a way forward with infrastructure that serves the city. And this will be a great attribute to this part of Charlotte. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So this is a big project, and the last time, I think 5 years ago or so, when we talked about Brook Hill, it seems as though there were a series of small meetings and council meetings to really get us up to speed, and there was a lot more lead time than it coming straight to a zoning meeting. And it still seems like staff doesn't recommend it. We need to be creative in the Brook Hill Village overlay. Is there a reason, Mr. Pettin, that we didn't talk about this more or talk about solutions more this time than like last time?
I don't think we've had a rezoning proposal on this in the past.
Was there public dollars that were requested? There were public dollars requested last time, right?
Yeah.
There was a previous Housing Trust Fund ask on this. That was several years ago, but that didn't involve a rezoning. That was just a
I
financial
remember
ask.
having a lot more discussion about it than it coming straight to a rezoning meeting.
Yeah, there was not a rezoning at that time required for that project. So a lot of that conversation revolved strictly around the HTF ask, or the Housing Trust Fund ask. This one has been going on for quite some time in terms of dialogue with city staff. I know there's been some conversations with, I believe, some of the council members that are either district rep or in close proximity. As you can see, it's a 2024 petition, so we've been at this for a good while now. Okay. So there's been a lot of those kinds of conversations. And frankly, it's been more about trying to identify how to establish the uses and how to come up with some solutions to the zoning challenges. So that's why a lot of those conversations have been at the staff level, working through that before we get to a point where there's an understanding of being ready for the hearing. The non-current form really is not a surprise, I think, to any of the parties that have been involved in the conversations. I think, again, we're also kind of looking for some conversation to continue about what are those kind of needs that have to be fulfilled and where we kind of draw the line to say what types of investments are we comfortable with and what do we need to make versus what are kind of more of a wish list. So I don't think we're at a point where it's premature to have the hearing. I think we're having the hearing to get those conversations out and allow the petitioner team also to start that dialogue, make everybody else aware. I think there will be a lot of work that will still be need to be done on this before it gets to a decision. But I think we were all comfortable with where we were on the petition as it stands tonight, and just wanted to get that dialogue going with council and move it forward from there.
Thank you. And then the Brook Hill Village overlay. That seems unique.
It is.
An overlay for a specific area. Do we have this in any other areas in the city?
Yeah, as I mentioned, we do have them through our historic districts. Those are all overlay districts.
Okay.
We did have overlays, again, in the previous ordinance. East Boulevard comes to mind, where we had pedestrian overlays. Part of Brookshire, I think, or excuse me, Beatty's Ford, part of Central Avenue, those had overlay districts on them. So typically we've used them in that fashion, but using them to kind of solve and craft a set of standards and uses for a geography of this scale is probably a one-time thing that we needed to do for the challenges that we had from the land lease. But I don't see this as being a tool we would use often for this type of scenario. This is really just one of the more unique projects that we've seen, with that land lease being a somewhat of a restricting aspect of it.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of the historic overlays and different, but for to be specific for a project, that's unusual. You mentioned income restricted housing, Colin. Income restricted for up to 80%?
Our commitment is 100 units at less than 80% of AMI. But as a practical matter, there are currently 89 units on the ground that are already operated by the Harvest Center, and they're targeted at very low income levels.
Right, so we're going from 30%, which would equate to $36,000 per year, if I'm using $120,000 as the area median income, to $96,000. So a family earning $96,000. So it's going to jump significantly in the income restrictions, right?
Well, the 80% refers to the zoning commitment. I don't think the Harvest Center, and we're happy to introduce you to their leadership, I don't think they have any intention of increasing. I mean, I think that they've got a target, that's who they want to serve. So those existing 89 units, I think, will continue basically to what they're currently serving. They hope to add more.
I'm sorry, I thought you were saying 80% AMI.
80% is what the zoning commitment is. There may be more units that are added to the site. The Harvest Center would like to add more. Those would have to be under 80%. You're correct. There is not we don't have a condition that says 30% of AMI, but we know that the units out there are being targeted at very low incomes.
I'm sorry, I really got to clarify that.
Okay.
Is it 80% AMI or 80% of the units?
I'm
will be
sorry.
affordable?
It's 80% of AMI. There will be at least 100 units.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Mr. Driggs.
So there is a lot of history here. Is this the Spangler property?
Some might call it that, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the easiest way to do this would be to negotiate an early termination of the lease. Is that not an option? Is that totally unavailable? Have you ascertained the terms on which you could do that and get fee simple control?
I have not been involved in those conversations. I know that there is a very close relationship to the leaseholder and the family. The family has attended our community meetings. Mike, if you want to respond to that, I'll let you.
Sure. First of all, thank you for your time. My name's Mike Griffin with Griffin Brothers Companies, representing my family. We have a very wonderful relationship with the Spangler Cornwell family that manages the property. Their intention was for us to come in and take the 350 units that were there, not displace any families, improve the units, and put them there. Their intention is to keep the families there through 2049. And this property's in a trust, and I think those kids technically being born now to probably age 16, so that family will take the opportunity in 2049 to take their property from there.
So in the past, we had conversations about this, I think with a different party who had the idea of getting trust fund money in what was frankly not a reasonable structure. So this is a different approach. I think at that time, these units were in bad shape. Many of them were unoccupied. People weren't paying rent in a lot of the units. Are any of the residents who were there still there?
Yes, that's a great question. So in March 2022, we took it over. There were 350 units, a little more than 100 families. There a pretty good percent not paying rent because they knew that possibly they would be displaced. We partnered with Harvest Center from that day, and they worked with each individual family. And we're proud to say 70 of those families remain on the property, and I think the average age is in the 60s, with the average tenure of 25 years. So we have a lot of legacy families that are there that Harvest Center is working with. And I think at this second, if you're looking at AMI, it's all 30% or lower AMI, and they're paying actually $450 a month rent.
So they're still paying that?
Yes, sir. Now, Harvest Center manages transitional homeless, and their 20 or so tenants are not paying anything. That's from charity being raised by the Harvest Center to manage those families.
So I'm kind of with Ms. Johnson on this. I think we're in somewhat uncharted waters. I like that we're being creative, but it's hard to make a value judgment based on where we are right now. The idea of this novel ad hoc overlay, which could establish a precedent. So, I think we need to be very careful that the circumstances are unique and that this doesn't give rise to requests for a similar treatment elsewhere. I think the uniqueness is the 25-year horizon that's dictated by the lease and the limit that places on the economics of investment. I don't know. I mean, as a land use decision, probably not that hard, but when you start making concessions on the typical zoning requirements, then we have to know what the quid pro quo is. So I'm just interested to learn more as your discussions continue. And I think the questions that need to be answered still are significant. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Mayfield.
Starting route to 134.
I want to go to. So here's questions for staff. So right now, sitting on this dais, going back to 2011, you have 3 representatives for District 3. So for my 8 years as the district rep, the city during that period of time did contribute funding, resources, assistance through Charlotte Water and other departments. We have had several potential business ideas and starts and stops. Our biggest challenge is the fact that this is under a 100-year lease for a family. That family could have easily, at any time over this last decade plus, chose to relinquish it because we've had a number of different projects. So I can understand the trepidation of staff saying that right now this proposal is not recommended. I do not know if an overlay is going to address the biggest challenge that we have, and that is the fact that you don't own the land, that the land is owned in this trust and will continue to be in this trust for the foreseeable future. So we have had multiple challenges to try to figure out how not to displace, especially when we have seen so much displacement from South Boulevard coming back, what is now named South End, or LOSO, or whatever name others want to give to the area. We have seen individuals and community members be moved further and further, and now they're going to be crunched because now it's coming from the other direction. It's coming from West Boulevard, moving towards Tryon. I don't know what this looks like. I don't think us creating something new in this overlay is necessarily the answer that's going to work. It will be helpful if prior to this coming back for full decision, if staff can give some very specific details on what would this look like moving forward? Meaning, if we were to create this overlay, that is setting a new precedent. So what are all the potential new language that can be created in other areas? Because we don't have another area like this that's sitting under this trust, but how could it possibly be interpreted for other parts of the city where there may be some challenges? I think that could be very helpful for us moving forward to have a better understanding of what the creation of this type of overlay could mean moving forward when we already have a number of projects that are proposed that are inconsistent, but yet it's supported and we move forward with it. What does consistency look like? What would this new language create as far as future inconsistent proposals? I think that would, well, I know that would be helpful for me. I think it will be helpful for my colleagues as well.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ajmer.
Thank you. So I agree with some of the remarks that's been made by my colleagues. First, let me thank you for taking on this project. This is a difficult site. There are very unique constraints that makes this development very difficult, and we know that. I appreciate your commitment to affordable housing, and I think there's just more work that needs to be done here, especially to get staff support on the piece where we have community activity center. So I'm sure that you'll do more work in the coming weeks and months, and hopefully we can come to a middle ground here. Again, thank you for taking this project on, because this is certainly not easy, and I recognize that, so thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Ashmere. I'm going to go before I pass it over to the district rep. First of all, Mr. Griffin, thank you for this effort. And as someone who actually lived in Brook Hill for some time, it is an important site. It's a historical site for us. So many families who are part of Charlotte, the Charlotte Native group, have spent time in Brook Hill and are connected to Brook Hill in some way. And so we want to see something interesting and dynamic at this site. And this site has been, as many of you know, as you drive past it, the site has been largely flattened, and Mr. Griffin and team have cleaned up the infrastructure, and it looks better. It's more, it's easier on the eyes for the community. But I feel also, as someone who grew up in Southside Homes as well, that having this site vacant for so long really does not bode well for the neighbors around it, including the neighbors of Southside Homes. I'd like to see something there within the 25 years left that can be dynamic and bring some energy and vibrancy that the community can utilize. This overlay perspective is unique, but as Ms. Mayfield said, this whole 99-year lease is unique as well, and we don't really have any other area in the city of Charlotte currently that's under this unique umbrella. And so I've met with you all several times. I know that the district rep has as well, and I think that the dynamic opportunity of bringing some temporary structures and bringing farmers markets and bringing music and other activities that will bring the community out and give the community a bit of a green space and vibrancy, outdoor space as well, fits in well with that area, because that area has increased densification, as well as so many residents that live in Southside Homes that would love to take advantage of it. We're in this conundrum here around infrastructure because it is a 25-year lease. And so, you know, investing millions and millions of dollars in infrastructure on something that you won't really have an opportunity to leverage over a longer runway, it doesn't make a whole lot of business economic sense. So the point is, if we can come together with some type of agreement here where both the city and the petitioner can invest to bring proper infrastructure up for this site so we can introduce vibrancy. I don't live very far from here, and every time I drive past the site, it hurts me a little bit because it's effectively a blight on the community because it's just flattened and it's been vacant for so long. And yet I know that we've had a variety of fits and starts around potential opportunity on the site. Is one of those unique sites that are troubling, akin to our experience with Eastland. My hope is we got Eastland over the finish line. We've taken care of that for East Charlotte. I would love for us to do something unique here that will get this site over the finish line for use for the 25 years for the West Side, for South Side Homes, and part of South End. I think it's really important for us to have that commitment to those community members. So I'm open and always available to continue to meet with you all and ideate around the art of possible and how the city can join up with you because that area is such a historical area, is so important to the history of Charlotte. I'll pass it over to Ms. Brown.
Hey, say the best for last, why not?
Bring it home, D3.
Absolutely. So, Colin, it feels always a pleasure. Thank you guys so much for all the work that you put into trying to get this taken care of. You know how you have people not showing up for community meetings, that's gonna change. Because I'll be transitioning over into the community, and I'll be watching to see exactly what we can get done and what kind of input I can have and how I can gather more people that are gonna be affected by it. As Mayor Pro Tem did state, both our families lived in Brook Hill and Southside for a very, very long time. And, but I don't like riding by and just seeing what I see as well. I don't like seeing the weeds coming out of the ground and sidewalks cracking. And, you know, the few residents that we do have over there, I know you did something with the Harvest Center. I went over to and looked inside of the units and saw what they had done. But I would say that the residents, they definitely deserve more because I've lived inside of Brook Hill when they were first constructed, like my mom, my grandmother, everybody lived over there. So as a little girl, I was in those apartments a very, very long time. And some of those apartments were still in the condition that they were decades and decades ago. So I am very excited about what it could be. But the affordability piece, the people that come from there, that love that neighborhood and call it home, they go to work every day and they're not able to pay much. And so I saw that the income, what we're gonna be requiring, which this project unfortunately won't be approved under my watch. I won't get to see that part of it. I'll see it from a different angle. I'm just concerned, I don't know, the pricing mark. I saw what we said about the AMI, but I'm just curious as to who could really afford it and what it could come to be, but there's a lot going on with the project, right? And you'll be connecting with, I'm sure, the West Boulevard Coalition and all the other communities. District 3 Community Coalition, which I started, it's already registered with the Secretary of State, and I'll be all eyes on what's going on in the community. So you'll see me a lot on the community side of things and advocating for people that really wouldn't get to advocating for them. But I'm happy to champion that and to work with you. So I look forward to what it could be and how it's going to be moving forward. So just thank you for all your hard work. Your job isn't easy. It's an eyesore for me, and that's a problem for me as well. It definitely is an eyesore. It's a bad eyesore. It's hard to watch. As a kid who played in the park right across the street, and I know there's something going on with the county, the field, the open field across from Brook Hill, it's not safe, and they're doing some work over there. So definitely the city, county, whoever, there was not enough love put in that area the way that it should be. And I'm hoping that we can, do about face and change that and make that a priority to put the same love that we would into any other areas of opportunities that we want to see flourish and grow and want people to be attracted and want to live there, walk their dogs there, play with their children in the parks there, all the things that all of the people that I grew up with deserve. So I'll be very, very close by, and thank you so much for all of your hard work.
Thank you. Is there a motion to close public hearing?
Second.
All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you for coming out. Really appreciate it. We're going to move on to agenda item number 18, petition number 2025-031 by James Scruggs. The location is approximately 23.37 acres located on Neal Road, east of Catalyst Boulevard and south of IBM Drive in District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. Current zoning is R8 MFCD. Proposed zoning is into BCD. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. After staff's presentation, we have Francis Fennell, James Scruggs, and Randy Goddard. For the petition, you will have 10 minutes. And in opposition, we have Roxana Marinesco. We'll have 10 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Deferred?
Was number 18 deferred? No, I don't believe so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't think he'd be sitting up there all night if it
So
were
sorry.
deferred. Yes.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kern.
This site is just over 23 acres along IBM Drive, Neal Road, and Catalyst Boulevard, south of the Innovation Park development. The area surrounding the site is primarily single-family, but a lot of multifamily directly to the west and south, with schools to the east and multifamily and a mix of uses to the north around the Innovation Park. Site is currently zoned R8 multifamily conditional from petition 2020-102. They're proposing to go to neighborhood 2B conditional, which is inconsistent with the policy map's recommendation for the neighborhood 1 place type at the site. The proposal is for 73 townhome units and 324 apartment units for a total of 397 units. Of the 73 townhomes, 30% of those would be reserved for households earning between 80 to 110% AMI for at least 15 years. And that includes commitments for deed-restricted accelerated homeowners equity program for those units. They provide transportation improvements, including a 12-foot shared use path along IBM Drive and the Neal Road frontages, an 8-foot sidewalk along Catalyst Boulevard, ingress lane and 2 egress lanes along proposed Access A, restriping of the existing median to include a northbound left turn lane on Neal Road, signal modifications, updates to signal phasing and timings, 1 ingress and egress lane at Access B, a westbound ingress and egress lane on proposed Access C and Access D, full movement configuration at Access D, and they provide commitments for the Tier 3 multimodal mitigation assessment, including updated bike and pedestrian commitments, filling in sidewalk gaps off-site, installing pedestrian crossings, and pedestrian scale lighting. Petitioner also provides some preferred open space and architectural standards that exceed ordinance requirements. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. The current entitlements on the site from petition 2020-102 allow for 157 townhomes across the site, and this current proposal is for 397 total units, 324 of which would be multifamily stacked units. The site is situated in an area where more intense mixed-use areas are oriented to the north and east around the Innovation Park development, and more moderate housing to the south and low-density neighborhood 1 areas further to the west, showing that this site is in a transitional area between neighborhood 2 and some neighborhood 1 place types in the abutting activity center. The current entitlements allow for a mixture of duplexes, triplexes, and multifamily attached units, which is compatible with the townhome development directly to the south and the entitlements to the west. This current proposal that we're considering tonight is a significant increase in the residential intensity on the site in terms of building form and unit count. Staff would prefer to see a greater proportionality of townhome units across the site to better transition against the school uses and townhome developments that are already surrounding the site. Neighborhood 2 uses are generally appropriate at this location when we look at the criteria we consider for a place type change to the neighborhood 2 place type, including the site's acreage, place type adjacency, street frontage along arterials, and access to goods and services within a designated activity center just to the north of the site. And I'll take questions following comments.
Okay. No, this is Ms. Fennell, Mr. Scruggs, and Mr. Goddard. They're making their way down. When they are at the podium, you all will have 10 minutes.
Well, good evening. I'm Frances Fennell. I'm with Urban Design Partners. I'm representing James Scruggs, the petitioner.
Yes, good evening. My name is James Scruggs with Kingdom Development Partners and the founder of Ascension CDC.
I'm just waiting a second for our slideshow to come up. Okay, here we go. So the site is Neal Road Residential. It is located at 8001 Neal Road. This petition is currently zoned, it's currently zoned R8 MF, and we're asking for into BCD. So it'll be a mix of multifamily stacked and multifamily attached units. So as mentioned previously, the site is along Neal Road. It is directly north of the Chambers High School. We have 3 surrounding streets around us. We've got IBM Drive, Neal Road, as mentioned previously, and then Catalyst Boulevard. So existing zoning, we're R8MF, as mentioned previously. Right to the north of the site, there is UR2, so that was a conditional petition that went before you a couple years ago in 2022. So that allows for the development of 200 multifamily units. There's also Innovation Park that should be mentioned, kind of north of the site. That was a petition from 2020. That allowed for up to 575 multifamily units. There's also the Wayford at Innovation Park development directly next to us. That is the kind of existing townhome community. And then the big purple blob you see there is the high school. So the future 2040 policy maps, the adopted map, as mentioned by staff, currently has the site as a neighborhood 1 place type, but it should be noted that the revised policy map shows this as a neighborhood 2 place type. So it takes both this site and then the adjacent part of the adjacent site and turns it to neighborhood 2. So this kind of petition would be compliant with that revised policy map. So here is a copy of the rezoning petition that was filed, and I'll just kind of flip through to the colored version. It's a little bit easier to follow. So as mentioned, this is a mixture of both multifamily stacked and multifamily attached units. We were very strategic about where we placed the multifamily stacked, the multifamily stacked and the attached units. So we purposely wanted to put the townhomes adjacent to where there already are townhomes, right? And we purposely also did the unit groupings to make sure that we have lower density where it makes sense, and then the higher density, meaning like the 6-unit townhomes on Catalyst Boulevard. That's where the townhomes already exist in that form. The multifamily stacked is only along Neal Road, and then it's also along our 2 proposed public roads. So we have 2 proposed public roads internal to the site. These would both be following that residential wide street section, meaning that there would be 8-foot planting strips and 8-foot sidewalks. We've also committed to the 12-foot multi-use path, so that would be along Neal Road as well as along IBM Drive. All of the green area credit or tree save area is located directly along IBM Drive. And then this site, we had to do a traffic impact study as part of this site, and we've committed to all the improvements that came through from that traffic study. I wanted to point out a few things directly from the 2040 comprehensive plan that this rezoning petition directly meets. One of them is that idea of the 10-minute neighborhood. So how you make that happen by increasing and expanding tree-safe pedestrian and bicycle network. It's pretty evident with the inclusion of the 2 12-foot shared use paths. We're also widening the existing sidewalk along Catalyst Drive from 6 feet to 8 feet. And then the neighborhood diversity and inclusion. So this project is proposing both multifamily stacked and multifamily attached dwelling units. And we're also, but with the inclusion of this multifamily attached, those townhomes, we're meeting the city's desire for the middle density housing. And then the housing access for all. So we're committed to 30% of the multifamily attached units to be affordable units, and James will speak more to that component. And then this will also purposely be a mixed income development, which is consistent with that housing access for all as well. And then the safe and equitable mobility, that just points back to the shared use paths, the sidewalks, and the 8-foot planting strips. And those wide 8-foot planting strips allow for those large maturing trees. And then I wanted to take a second to read a letter of support that we received from University City Partners. So this was addressed to James. It says, Dear Mr. Scruggs, on behalf of University City Partners, I am pleased to express our support for the Legacy and Neal Road development in University City. This thoughtfully designed project, featuring 324 rental apartments and 73 for-sale townhomes, offers an impactful blend of rental, home ownership, and attainable housing. Its 70-30 mix of market rate and attainable on the townhome element of the project directly supports our mission of fostering inclusive economic growth and creating housing opportunities for residents across income levels. We're especially encouraged by the developer's partnership with Ascension CDC, whose model combines financial education, home maintenance training, and wealth building resources. Their tax grant program, designed to prevent displacement, is an innovative tool that aligns with University City's partners' commitment to long-term residential stability. Legacy and Neal Road represents the kind of inclusive community-centered development our region needs. We fully support this project and look forward to seeing its positive impact on University City. And this was signed by Keith Stanley, the president of University City Partners, and Drew Gardner, the senior manager of economic and land development at University City Partners. I'm going to pass it off now to James, and he's going to speak more about Ascension.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm excited about this project, and one of the things that I'm hoping to accomplish is that Kingdom Development Partners will set a precedent with other developers that you truly can have a mixed use, you truly can have a mixed income development. We're excited when we heard loud from the community that we would love to see home ownership as well in this area, as opposed to just rentals. We listen loud and clear. I listened to the district allow 30% of these homes to be provided for school teachers, social workers, police officers, firefighters, and first responders. And what you will receive and what you would get out of this community is economic mobility, right, that would be driven. And here's how. So our attainable, our market rate homes might sell in this area for $450,000, but these market rate homes with our partners that we have through banks and down payment assistance, right, these attainable home mortgages are for 80% AMI households. And these family members will receive these homes for less than $300,000 on their mortgage. So we're very excited about that. But what's bigger than us just handing them a set of keys, we have an education component on what we do. So we help get these school teachers and these police officers and these social workers home ready, right? But then we also teach them financial literacy, because for us, we have to teach them how to fish, right? We want to teach them on what to do with that equity once we give them access. As you heard, we do put a 15-year deed restriction on these properties, and Ascension does have the first right of refusal to ever buy them back, so that way we can always keep them attainable and mixed income. But our goal is to teach them financial literacy, right? Our goal is to teach them how to maintain this property, right? We have to educate them on how to keep this asset a blessing that they receive, and how to keep it beautiful. And then, as you also heard in the letter from Keith, right? Our goal is to make sure that none of our school teachers and our social workers and our firefighters get displaced, right? So we want the values of the homes to go up, but we don't want their taxes to go up so high that they get displaced out of our community. So we will meet them where they are. So we're very excited about this project. We hope other developers will follow suit and take heed to what we're doing and how we're truly trying to impact this city, right? And create mixed income attainable housing and create economic mobility. And for that, I say thank you.
Great job, Jay. Okay, you have about a minute left. All good? Okay.
I think
Yes.
that's it.
Go ahead, you have a minute left.
We're finished.
Okay, great. All right, so we'll have Ms. Marinescu, if you could come down. And once you reach the podium, you will have 10 minutes.
So, honorable council members, we speak today on behalf of civic activists, citizens of Friends of Charlotte Alliance, Wellness Alliance, and other organizations who also have as values conservation and urban forestry protection as Citizen Climate Lobby, Sierra Club, Greenpeace. So we advocate here for urban forestry conservation, climate resilience, and public health across Charlotte. We emphasize that digital communication from citizens is as valid and reliable as in-person testimony and should be fully considered in council decisions. We also acknowledge organizations that we mentioned whose mission align with and advocacy align with forest and environmental protection, even they have not endorsed this petition. So at the federal level, we already have the Bipartisan Forest Opportunity and Flexibility Act that was passed by both the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives, established national priorities protecting full growth forests, prohibiting clear cutting, and promoting ecologically responsible forest stewardship. Federal law is binding, and local zoning decisions should comply with these standards. Charlotte forests are part of national climate resilience. The devastating impact of Hurricane Helene, including loss of lives, loss of property damage, massive federal expenditures, demonstrate the cost of failing to protect forests. These events make it clear that inadequate local environmental protection directly increases federal and public money waste. By preserving forests, Charlotte can reduce storm damage, protect citizens, and alleviate the financial burden on federal resources. Friends of Charlotte Alliance group that submitted last year in April 2024 to all the authority like City of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, NC General Assembly, and Wellness Alliance previously submitted a petition last year requesting protection for Charlotte full growth forest, explicitly opposing clear cutting. This petition was then 700 signatures, right now is 1,500 Charlotte citizen signatures, reflecting broad community concern. However, due to lack of transparency, like today, and delayed availability of information, such as other properties like in my zip code area, 2815, Rocky River Road, Harrisburg Road, Plaza Extension Road, that was approved after this petition was submitted this year, 2025, and after Hurricane Helene made so much damage and brought so much federal waste. So citizens were not properly informed and their input was not considered. Yet large-scale tree removal has been allowed, and we are witnessing in all areas of urban Charlotte and also suburban Charlotte. Charlotte forests also have spiritual and well-being significance. Trees and green spaces contribute to mental clarity, stress reduction, and community health. Protecting them supports not only physical safety, but also the emotional and spiritual balance of our citizens. Tonight, we focus on rezoning petition item 18. This site is currently woody land. We don't have enough transparency. We don't have access to let's say we don't have access to information on timely manner, so the citizens and civic activists and nonprofit organizations to have transparency of how these wooded lots of land get clear cut in front of our eyes, such as I witnessed in my zip code, university area. So large-scale tree removal could reduce natural storm protection, exacerbating hurricane, as we saw last year, the Hurricane Helene, and flood impacts. It increased heat, runoff, and soil erosion, affecting local infrastructure, flooding and neighborhood flooding in neighboring areas. They harm the public health and spiritual well-being by reducing green space benefits recognized by the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, one of the very many medical associations who include stress reduction, improve air quality, so promotes, advocates for air quality and well-being again, and the prevention of heat-related illness. We respectfully request that City Council a tree preservation canopy loss report for each of these zoning petitions. I'm witnessing in my neighborhood that a full lot of land was clear cut and I was not informed what was going on. And that was after Hurricane Helene in April 2024. It was in December 2025, after we submitted that petition, signed by already 700 people. We asked for a site-specific tree-safe plan showing how many existing trees will be removed versus preserved. We deny approval if the petitioner intends a clear cut. We demand mitigation if trees are removed, as happened in my neighboring area, Harrisburg Road intersection with Rocky River, 3031. Recognize the ethical and spiritual responsibility we have for the future generations to prevent forest loss. Otherwise, we will become only concrete. From shifting harm and to adjacent neighborhoods, and highly recommend to expand equally throughout all areas, use of flat land, and use smart approaches to optimize the use of land with the protection of forested, especially old forests, mature forests areas. Align decisions with FOFA, that this just passed federal law for forest preservation principles, limiting clear cutting and promoting ecologically responsible development as required under federal law. Ensure citizen input is fully considered and the citizens are transparently informed about all these zoning, including our digital communication and submissions as legitimate and legal public participation. Retroactively review all zoning approvals in 2025 for potential clear cutting according to the federal law. For any permits where environmental regulations, tree protection standards, or forest preservation requirements were violated. Clear cutting occurred without adequate environmental impact assessment in many areas of Charlotte and Charlotte suburbs, Morrow, Indian Trail, Pineville, and in zip code 2815 and University area. Citizen input was ignored or inadequately considered. We request that Council revoke, suspend, or condition those approvals, require mitigation or reforestation plans, and ensure compliance with forest protection, public health, and federal standards before any development proceeds. Charlotte full-growth forests are irreplaceable. Protecting them safeguards public health, climate resilience, federal fiscal responsibility and waste, and spiritual well-being for all residents. On behalf of Friends of Charlotte and Wellness Alliance and other non-governmental environmental activists, 1,500 petitioners across Charlotte, we urge City Council to act with transparency, environmental responsibility, federal compliance, and full regard for all communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Thanks for your comments. I think I'm a little confused how directly that was related to this exact petition, but just to speak, I believe the issue is tree preservation. And this petition is compliant with all, with the UDO and the standard for what the green area credit is. And as far as, what's already allowed by right. It's already been approved or an R8 MF zoning, so it's already allowed with that zoning to move forward. So this isn't a case where this could be a conservation development or anything like that.
Thank you.
Move to close the hearing.
I have Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I wanted to ask the city attorney first. So I know that there's some rule, if there's any opposition to a petition in October, I don't know about tonight, the last meeting of this council, that it delays the decision? Can you talk about that rule?
You're speaking of the election rule, and that's why you only had decisions that didn't have opposition tonight. So that is for the November meeting.
Okay.
So this public hearing wouldn't be impacted by that.
Okay, thank you. Because I also had a question about that opposition. That sounded like a general opposition to our growth. So I wanted to ask ma'am, were you opposing this petition specifically? Do you? You
Okay,
can come
ma'am.
to the microphone.
Miss, you have to come down. Thank you.
So I was clearly asking for the tree loss map to know exactly how much clear cutting is done mathematically, and to stop clear cutting from all these practices for real estate development. So they need to come with a specific mathematic how much tree loss will forest canopy will be damaged and will be lost, and to be denied if there is mature forest involved, and if mature forest in a significant quantity.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your comments, and thank you for your presentation. I have some questions for staff. So currently, staff does not recommend the approval of the petition in the current form. Can you tell me why specifically?
So the current plan from 2020 was a all townhome development proposal for 157 units. This current proposal that we're looking at tonight is for a total of 397 units, the majority of which are multifamily stacked. So we are generally supportive of neighborhood 2 uses on this site. What we're just looking to see is a greater proportionality of townhomes across the site. That 2.5 times increase in units from current entitlements seemed really significant to us. So we'd like to balance that a little bit with better site design with the inclusion of more townhome units, which makes more sense with the context of the less dense transition that you see to the south, southeast, and to the west there. Recognizing, though, that we do have a large community activity center just to the north. So again, it's not that we're at all opposed to neighborhood 2 uses or even the inclusion of multifamily stacked units. It's just about the balance of it all.
Okay. When you started your presentation, you said that this area was surrounded by single family?
It's single family just to the west. If we could get, it's mostly townhomes, as you can see actually in this.
Right.
Oh, I can actually.
I was just wondering where those single family.
It's single family more towards the west. As you see Ridge Lane Road here, but it's predominantly townhomes along the south and west, and then it's more neighborhood 1 further to the west. So it's a transition,
Right.
like I said, where you're talking about the neighborhood 1, then neighborhood 2, and then of course that community activity center to the north. So being mindful of that transition where it is in that neighborhood 2 area, just adjacent to that community activity center, having the inclusion of more of those townhomes, but still having some apartments could be appropriate if you just balance it right.
Right, but the single family, where are those?
To the west.
And how
It's
far?
further to the west.
Are those, do you know the distance?
I don't have the distance, I could measure.
All right, so fortunately, I was around in 2020 when we approved the original petition. Thank you, District 4. Right, and I remember this, and I've spoken to the to Mr. Suggs, who does a great job. And one of the reasons, when they developed or requested that petition, there wasn't a lot of development in that area at all. Since then, if you look at the growth in that area, this petition is more in line with the surrounding petitions. And I looked, if you all look at page 6 of this petition, and look at the numbers or the density that's been approved surrounding it, and I'm just looking at it. So 2035, looks like there were 250 single-family attached units and 50 multifamily units. 2021-12, there were 575 multifamily dwelling units. Then I sent you an email and asked for numbers of more development around there. Catalyst Partners, there was 278. Greystar, was that 712 multifamily?
Across 70 acres,
Okay.
yes.
And 26 townhomes. And then I asked about 85 in Harris, and I was given the number 300. That seems low, because I think there were like 2 or 3 separate petitions. So there were, it seems like more than, like there might be double this amount.
So there's a petition that was recently approved just to the west of it, but the petition that we were speaking about earlier today was for 300 apartment units across 28 acres.
Okay. And there's also, I didn't count the 2021-02 was for 157 duplex, triplex, or single-family attached dwelling units, because I know that's 157 units, but if they're duplexes, that would be double the amount of.
No, so it's 157 units total, inclusive of all unit types, so whether it's duplex, triplex.
Okay, so even with that, the total number of units that I counted was 1697. First of all, was there a traffic study if we're looking at cumulative impact? But of those 1697 units, I don't know how many of those pledged any affordability. And you know me, as District 4 representative, I want to see balanced approach, and the density I understand. But when we talk about strategic and responsible development, this developer, colleagues, is proposing 78 for sale units at $300,000, and he didn't mention it, but I believe they're going to be eligible for up to $100,000 worth of down payment assistance. So I just want us to consider that. There is a precedent in this area. We, again, one of the complexes is 575 multi-family units, 1697 with no pledge for affordability, and here we have a developer that's giving us this. You can look at the pictures, and you can see these large complexes close to this. So I want us to always support staff's recommendation, so I certainly hope that within the next month we can come to a place. However, I appreciate the petition. I appreciate the commitment to affordability for sale projects, and this number seems right in line with the surrounding complexes around it. So that's all I have. Oh, and another thing, I'm sorry, this is close to a school. You mentioned teachers. You mentioned affordability for teachers. So there's jobs. We know we have lots of jobs in District 4. We do need housing. I don't know of where this single-family complex is or how close that is to this complex. We don't have any speakers from those neighborhoods. The only opposition was in general. It sounded like she was asking about the cumulative impact and tree preservation, which this development does commit to. So thank you again, and that's all I have. Move to close.
Second.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Ms. Ajmer?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for highlighting the commitment to affordable housing. And also, I'd like to thank public speakers, community members who came out to speak. Thank you for speaking at our public forum. I am with Councilmember Johnson. I hope that we can come to an agreement I understand that going from 157 to 397, it is substantial increase in density, and it does not align with what we had previously approved. But I also understand that a lot of development that was approved recently had intensified density nearby. So I hope we can look at that. We can also look into just some of the recent developments that have been approved nearby. And certainly at the end of the day, we have to make a land use decision. And I look forward to continuing to hear from the district council member on how we can come to an agreement here with staff as well as the district representative with petitioner. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion to close public hearing and second. All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you all for coming out. We're going to move on to agenda item number 20, petition number 2025-097 by JBJH Investments LLC. The location is approximately 1.22 acres located west of North Tryon, south of Orchard Trace Lane, and north of Graham Meadow Drive in District 1, my district. The current zoning is TOD-TR. Proposed zoning is CG-CD. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition. And after staff's presentation, we have Ms. Marjorie Parker and Mr. Cullen Brown, who will have 3 minutes, as well as others. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Petition 2025-097 is an undeveloped site, approximately 1.22 acres, located on the west side of North Tryon Street at the intersection of Orchard Trace Lane. The site is currently zoned TOD-TR, Transit-Oriented Development Transition. Proposed zoning is CG-CD, General Commercial Conditional. 2040 policy map recommends the Community Activity Center place type for this site, and the CG-CD district is inconsistent with the CAC place type. Approval of this rezoning would revise the policy map to the commercial place type. The rezoning proposal calls for the development of up to 1,000 square feet of non-residential space with an accessory drive-through. The petition prohibits certain more noxious uses allowed under the CG district, including electronic gaming establishments, nightclubs, dealerships, gas stations, etc. Access to the site is proposed via Orchard Trace Lane and an internal driveway connection to the shopping center located to the south. An 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip will be constructed along the site's frontage with North Tryon Street. Buildings must be positioned to allow pedestrian access from North Tryon Street and with outdoor seating near the sidewalk. Drive-through lanes shall not be placed between the building and the street, and the parking and maneuvering areas will be screened from view on Orchard Lane. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition, as the site's located within a short walk of the Tom Hunter Links Blue Line Station, an area that's quickly developing to transit-oriented housing, promoting community activity center place type intention to create places where people can walk, bike, or take transit to access goods and services within a 10-minute trip. The proposed development on the site does not align with the goals of the community activity center place type, as drive-throughs prioritize vehicular access and circulation, which undermines the activity center's emphasis on walkable, pedestrian-friendly environments. And the current TOD-TR districts permit a wide variety of uses, including restaurant by right. Following the standards of the TOD-TR district would not permit a drive-through, however, in this location, and it would achieve a more pedestrian-focused design. Happy to take any questions following Mr. Brown's presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, my correction, you have 10 minutes.
I don't think we'll need it, Mayor Pro Tem. Colin Brown, on behalf of the petitioner, if I can grab our slides. Sorry, I don't know if the booth, we're still not seeing on the screen. Booth team. Okay, well, I'll start. Hopefully it'll pop up. I'm better with some visual aids.
We do have it on here. I know it's difficult for you to navigate, but we have it on our monitors.
Yeah, it's real difficult for me to navigate without seeing it. There we go. Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, zoning committee members, Colin Brown, on behalf of the petitioner JBJH Development. Max did a good job on the presentation. You know, this is pretty straightforward. This is a small site. It is on Tryon Street. It is adjacent to an existing shopping center. We concede we are proposing a very automobile-oriented use. Frankly, this is a Dutch Brothers Coffee, a new retailer that is entering the market that is very excited to be here. We get staff, I'm not going to joust the staff over the challenges of putting a drive-through use near transit, understand their position. The client team, though, is very active in the community. They know that there are some challenges there. There are some challenges with a nearby center, and this is just a situation where we believe the community is looking for some positive development. So at the outset, we said, hey, let's go out and talk to the community. What we believe we will hear is that folks want something positive to take place on the site. And so you'll hear from Ms. Parker, who's here tonight on behalf of the Hidden Valley community. They've been very involved in this project, and essentially that was kind of the agreement from the outset. We said, look, we know where staff will have to be because of the plan. We'll do as much as we can to design a plan that is as accommodating and as attractive as possible if this is something the community would like. Very much strong support from the community on, hey, we want something to happen there, so let's work together and make it happen. So this is the site plan that we've put together. Maybe I'll just stop there and let the community speak, but we'll continue to work with staff. Again, we've done as much from a design perspective as we can. We do understand the use and where staff is with the plan and understand that, but sometimes we take direction from our community. So Ms. Park, if you don't mind.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council,
Ms. Parker.
City Planning, City Staff. Of course, I'm Marjorie Parker. On behalf of the Hidden Valley Community Association, I would like to thank Brian Weicker for working with the Hidden Valley Community Association and the CMPD to help clean up his property at Tom Hunter and North Tryon. We also support the Dutch Brothers Coffee Shop. He wants to develop near Orchid Trace. We all see firsthand the major economic development stretching from I-485 to University City. These areas have gained businesses, jobs, amenities, and their neighborhoods have been strengthened. While we celebrate their growth, it's important to acknowledge that from Sugar Creek at North Tryon to Tom Hunter, there has been little to no economic development. And so we are asking that you support this development for us and other developments in the future. We have had apartments being built. Something that Mayor Pro Tem said that resonated with me, and also Council Member Tijuana Brown, when they talked about South Brook Hill. Mayor Pro Tem, and I'm summarizing, bring vitality and positive energy to that area. Councilmember Tijuana, not enough love in that area. 100%. So we want some economic development from Sugar Creek to to Tom Hunter Road.
Amen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Again, happy to answer questions. Small site, Tryon, next to existing shopping center. We've done as much as we can on the site design. We do think it will bring some stability to that site, bring some investment, provide some jobs. So appreciate it, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Absolutely. Thank you. So I'd just like to say, of course, this is my district, and Ms. Parker said it aptly. We've been in discussions, ideating around how we can bring some economic vitality to that corridor. This is a partner who is willing to work with the community and invest in that area, and we understand where staff sits from a drive-through perspective. But however, I know that staff understands that this economic opportunity for that area doesn't come along every month, it doesn't come along every term, and the community is asking for it. And so I'm hoping that as we move forward, that some of my colleagues would support this effort, understanding where staff is, but staff is not against the economic aspect of it. It is from a policy perspective. So any other comments?
Close.
There's a motion to close public hearing. Is there a second?
So moved.
All right, all in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Parker, for coming out, and the Hidden Valley Association. We will move on to agenda item number 21, petition number 2025-100 by Roland Development Group LLC. The location, approximately 3.16 acres, located west of Marsh Road and south of Auburn Avenue and east.
That petition's deferred.
Oh, this one is deferred. Okay. Well, we'll move on to 22, which is agenda item number 22, petition.
Deferred too.
No.
No, it wasn't. But that's a great
You
joke,
tried it.
Ms. Brown. Great joke. Petition number 2025-023 by
Drunk out here.
by Anthony Coon. The location is approximately 1.49 acres located on the west side of Greensboro Street, north of Raleigh Street, and east of East Sugar Creek in District 3, Ms. Brown's district. Current zoning is TODMO. Proposed zoning, TODCC. Staff recommends the approval of this petition, and after staff's presentation, we do not have anyone speaking on this, is that correct? I don't have anyone listed on my paper for agenda item 22, so we'll just have staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 1.5 acres east of East Sugar Creek Road along Raleigh Street and just north of the Sugar Creek Street Station along the Lynx Blue Line, in an area where, of course, we've seen a lot of changeover from industrial uses to transit-oriented supportive projects. It is currently zoned transit-oriented development mixed-use optional. They are proposing to go to transit-oriented development community center,
that's District 4.
which is consistent with the policy map's recommendation for the community activity center place type. This is a conventional petition with no associated site plan. So staff does recommend approval of this petition. It brings the site into alignment with its community activity center place type, maintains transit-oriented development zoning on the site, but updates it to a TODCC district. It has very close proximity to that Sugar Creek station just south of the site, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yes, so, Ms. Kramer, I believe this is actually in my district. I just want to double check. The listing says District 3, however, with the proximity to the Sugar Creek Light Rail Station, I don't believe that could be.
Yes, on our mapping, I have it listed as your district. Was it?
No, it's just in the language on the first page.
Okay.
On
we'll
the
have
first
that-
page it said.
Okay, I apologize for that.
North of Raleigh Street is yours.
Yes, it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
That's fine.
Thank you for
The
that.
only, so the only question I have, and Ms. Parker actually had left, but I see that there wasn't high attendance for the community meeting.
Yeah,
Can you speak about that?
I mean, as you can see in this aerial, it's in an area with a lot of commercial or some still industrial uses. So because of the users that it is directly surrounded by, that 300-foot radius wouldn't necessarily pick up a lot of folks that might typically come out to a community meeting, like a neighborhood, for example, like a single-family neighborhood. So that's likely the reason for low attendance.
Yep, I see that it's also by the Independent Picture House as well.
Correct.
And there are some new multifamily that are going up, but not actually populated just yet. So I understand exactly where it is and the mix of that neighborhood. Okay. I don't have any additional questions. All right, motion to close. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous, and it takes us to agenda item number 23, petition number 2025-052 by Charlotte Mecklenburg Hospital Authority. The location is approximately .81 acres located south of South Tryon, west of Steelcroft Parkway, and north of Steel Creek Road in District 3, Ms. Brown's district. Let's verify that on the back. And it is, indeed it is. The current zoning is N1A. Proposed zoning is OG. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and after staff's presentation, Mr. Carmichael will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. The site is just under an acre along South Tryon Street, west of Steelcroft Parkway, north of Steel Creek Road, the most southwestern portion of our city and county. It is currently zoned Neighborhood 1A, and they are proposing to go to general office. This is consistent with the policy map's recommendation for campus. As you can see in this image here, we have a lot of existing office zoning, neighborhood services. There's some multifamily zoning to the north, but what you don't see is single-family zoning, unlike what is directly on this parcel. So it's bringing a zoning district onto the site that makes a lot more sense, just given the context that it sits in and the uses that it's surrounded by, which is predominantly medical offices, some commercial, and some multifamily to the north. And because this is a conventional petition, there is no associated site plan. Again, staff, this is bringing the site into alignment with that campus place type recommendation from the 2040 policy map. Staff does recommend approval of this petition, given the area that it's situated in. Removing the neighborhood 1A zoning designation on this parcel just makes sense to bring it into alignment with the broader area. And I'll take questions following petitioner comments.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of council and the zoning committee. I'm John Carmichael here on behalf of the Charlotte Mecklenburg Hospital Authority, and Bennett Thompson with the Hospital Authority is with me tonight. I do have some slides, but as Holly said, the site is very small. It's a little over 8/10 of an acre. It's located on the south side of South Tryon Street, just west of the intersection of Steelcroft Parkway and South Tryon Street. The petitioner, Steel Creek Emergency Department and Medical Office Facility, is adjacent to the site. In fact, property owned by the petitioner surrounds this 8/10 of an acre site. All the property surrounding this site is zoned O2CD, which is an office zoning district under our legacy ordinance. The policy map recommends or places the site in a campus place type. Therefore, this request to rezone the site to OG, Office General, is consistent with the 2040 policy map. And this is the existing Steel Creek Emergency Department and Medical Office Facility here. This is the site. Property owned by the petitioner surrounds this 8/10 of an acre parcel. It used to be the Steel Creek Volunteer Fire Department. You may recall that. This is looking at towards the site at the intersection of Steelcroft and South Tryon, site here. This is the emergency department and the medical office facility operated by Atrium. Once again, the site's surrounded by office zoning, and the policy map places this parcel in the campus place type. This zoning would be more compatible with the surrounding uses and surrounding zoning than the current N1A zoning, which is a single-family zoning district, as you're aware. We're happy to answer any questions. We did meet with the Steel Creek Residents Association back in May, and they're not opposed to the request. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Ajamira?
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Carmichael, is this for emergency visits or urgent care? What is the site going to be used for?
Well, I don't think they've decided exactly what type of use it would be, but it'd be consistent with what their purpose is, Atrium's purpose. They have an existing, Councilmember Ajamira, they have an existing emergency department right here. I don't think they've determined the exact use yet, but it would be something to be consistent with what services Atrium provides.
Is this Atrium?
Yeah, Charlotte Mecklenburg Hospital Authority is Atrium. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown?
Mr. Carmichael, thank you
Thank you.
for all your hard work. Thank you for always reaching out to me and making sure that I know what's going on with the petitions and the community members as I reach out to them. So as this is our last,
Yeah, I
it's
know.
only meeting with me sitting in this seat. But thank you so much for your hard work and thank you. I support this. It won't be under approval under my watch, but you've already come, as you always do with all your petitions to me, diligently making sure that the community voice is heard, and it means a lot to me.
Thank
So
you.
thank you so much.
Thank you for your service.
Good night.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, is there a motion to close public
So
hearing?
moved. Second.
All right, all in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. We will move on to agenda item number 26. Petition number 2025-076 by Kevin Nguyen LLC. Location is approximately 2.58 acres, located north of Shopton Road, east of Steve Chapman Road, and south of Sullivan's Trace Road in District 3, Miss Brown's district. The current zoning is CGANDO. Proposed zoning is N2ACD ANDO. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. After staff's presentation, Ms. Finna will join us again. She'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I believe we're on item 24, the petition 2025-61.
Are we? Did I skip one? I may have skipped one. Let's see.
Yeah, we're on 24.
24.
Is it the one you called?
I may have just skipped it over
Living
it.
spaces?
Living spaces. All
Correct.
right, let's back up to living spaces. Item number 24. This is petition number 2025-061 by Living Spaces. The location is approximately 20.95 acres located north of Tyvola Road, east of I-77 and west of 77 Center Drive in District 3, Ms. Brown's district. The current zoning is ML2. Proposed zoning is ML1CD. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolutions of outstanding issues related to environment. And after staff's presentation, we'll have Mr. Carmichael again come up. Thank you.
Thank you. This site is just shy of 21 acres located north of Tyvola Road, just east of I-77 and west of 77 Center Drive. It is currently vacant, surrounded by a lot of office uses and commercial uses. Current zoning is ML2 with a proposed zoning of ML1CD. The 2040 policy map recommends the manufacturing and logistics place type. The proposal would allow for 165,000 square feet of gross floor area of retail goods showroom, as well as 2,000 square feet of accessory restaurant. Proposed building envelope is illustrated in purple with a parking and loading dock envelope surrounding it. There'd be a 100-foot Class A landscape yard along the northwestern property boundary where abutting OFC zoning. Site access would be through an access easement to Tyvola Road at West Park Drive.
Yes.
Committing to and implementing an 8-foot playing strip and 12-foot multi-use path along the site's Tyvola Road frontage. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of an outstanding issue related to the environment. The petition is consistent with the policy map recommendation for the manufacturing and logistics place type and would allow for uses permitted in the ML1 district while eliminating the possibility of more noxious uses that would otherwise be permitted under the existing ML2 zoning. The proposed retail goods showroom is more compatible with the adjacent office and commercial uses than development that would be permitted under the ML2 zoning. And retail good showrooms, along with several other commercial uses, are not permitted in the ML2 zoning district, while they are allowed in ML1, necessitating a rezoning for the site to be able to accommodate the proposal. I'll take any questions following petitioner comments.
Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council and the zoning committee. I'm John Carmichael here on behalf of Living Spaces. Living Spaces is the petitioner. With me tonight are Brian Saltikoff with Living Spaces and Ryan Lewis with Kimberly Horn. Living Spaces is a California-based retail furniture showroom, and if this rezoning petition is approved, this would be their first location in the Carolinas. As Mr. Mangum stated, the site contains just over 20 acres. It's located on the north side of Tyvola Road at the I-77 Tyvola Road interchange. The site is currently zoned ML2, which is manufacturing and logistics. You have ML2 zoning to the east, ML2 and office zoning to the north, and then you have ML2 zoning to the south. The request is to rezone the site from ML2, basically downzone it to ML1 CD to allow uses allowed in the ML1 zoning district, including a retail furniture showroom and an accessory restaurant. The maximum size of the building would be 165,000 square feet. The Plossley map places this site in a manufacturing and logistics place type. This request is consistent with our 2040 policy map. This is the rezoning plan Mr. Mangum shared with you. And then this is just a picture of a Living Space retail furniture showroom. And this just gives you a sense of the accessory restaurant. It's just a place where customers can go, take a break from shopping, and then resume shopping after they restore their energy. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. We do feel like this use is more consistent with the surrounding office and commercial uses. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Ms. Ajmira.
Well, welcome to Charlotte. Hopefully, we'll see more of living rooms, spaces. That's all I have. Move to close.
Second.
Thank you.
All right. All in favor of closing public meeting, raise hands. Or public hearing. Any opposed? That is unanimous, and thank you for coming out. Sounds like a unique concept for our city. We will now move on to agenda item number 25, petition.
6.
Oh, it was deferred.
Deferred.
25 is deferred. Okay. You guys are helping me out tonight.
6 is deferred.
It's okay. Teamwork.
25 is deferred.
26. We're at 26, yeah? All right. Agenda item number 26, petition number 2025-076 by Kevin Young, LLC. The location is approximately 2.58 acres, located north of Shopton Road, east of Steve Chapman Drive, and south of Sullivan's Trace Drive. Once again, in District 3, Ms. Brown's district. The current zoning is CGANDO. Proposed zoning is N2ACDANDO. The staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolutions of outstanding issues related to transportation, site, and building design. After staff's presentation, then we will have Ms. Fennell join us again, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
This site is just over 2.5 acres located on the north side of Shopton Road, east of Steve Chapman Drive and west of Pinecrest Drive. The site is currently vacant. Current zoning is CGANDO, that is Airport Noise Disclosure Overlay. Proposed zoning is N2ACD, the overlay carrying forward. The 2040 policy map recommends the neighborhood 1 place type. The proposal would allow for a community of 24 multifamily attached dwellings. That would include 2 6-unit buildings, 1 quadruplex, 2 triplexes, and 1 duplex building. Access would be provided through private alleys. A 20-foot Class B landscape yard with 6-foot opaque fence is proposed along the site's northern property boundary, with a 10-foot Class C landscape yard and 6-foot fence along the site's eastern and western property boundaries. Green area is proposed along the western property boundary with open space along the eastern boundary. Proposed 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along the site Shopton Road frontage. Petitioners committing to preferred design standards, including usable porches and stoops and recessed garage doors. Provides a menu of possible open space components, of which the petitioner is committing to providing 4 of those. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. The petition is inconsistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for the neighborhood 1 place type. However, the site is adjacent to multifamily attached residential dwellings to the west along Shopton Road. The site is within 1/3 mile of a commercial node at Shopton Road and Steel Creek Road, providing walkable access to goods and services. The petitioner is committed to providing a larger landscape yard than required by ordinance with a 20-foot Class B landscape yard with 6-foot opaque fence along the northern property boundary where adjacent to single-family dwellings. The petition also meets preferred criteria for changing to a neighborhood 2 place type, given its adjacency to the neighborhood 1 place type, proximity to a commercial node, and location fronting an arterial street. I'll take comments following, or questions following the petitioner's comments.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening. I'm going to wait a second on that presentation. But I'm Frances Finnegan. I'm with Urban Design Partners. I'm representing the petitioner, Kevin Nugent, LLC. This is rezoning petition 2025-076. So we're asking to rezone the property from CG to into a CD. And this is for the development of a 24-unit townhome community. I think we're still waiting on those slides. Okay, right there.
We're ready?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
So the site context, surrounding us directly adjacent is actually multifamily attached, and the site is directly south of Sullivan's Trace, a residential community. As mentioned, the zoning is currently CG, but it should be noted that the properties directly adjacent to us are actually developed as townhomes, but they were developed under that CG zoning that was allowed previously. The future 2040 policy map has this site as a neighborhood 1 and everything kind of surrounding directly as a neighborhood 1. Across the street, there's manufacturing and logistics and a little bit of commercial in the area as well. So the revised policy map actually changes that townhomes adjacent to us into, and so this site would be consistent with that following the approval of this petition. This is our rezoning plan that was submitted to staff. And then here's our rendered site plan. So as staff mentioned, this is 24 units. They take the form of duplexes, triplexes, and 2 6-unit buildings in the back. The 6-unit buildings were done that way purposefully because there's very steep topography as you move from Shopton Road towards the back of the site. And so there's some concerns with sewer and just making sure all the topography works out. So that's the reasoning for those larger buildings. And we purposely did those internal to the site and made sure we have adequate landscape yards and tree-safe screening those from surrounding area. As mentioned, there's an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk. This also includes a left turn lane into the site along Shopton Road, and then that buffered bike lane. So there'll be a 3-foot buffer and then a 5-foot bike lane. I think that's really it on our end.
Okay. Any questions? Hearing none, is there a motion to close public hearing?
Second.
All right, all in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. Ms. Fennell, is it Fennell?
It's Fennell.
Fennell, okay.
Thank you.
I'll get it right eventually.
I'll be seeing more of you.
Yeah, what was it?
We are moving on to,
Francis, I thought you said Prince. Okay, all right.
See you in the community, Francis. I'll be looking for you. Trust me.
we are moving on to agenda item 27. Petition number 2025-078 by Image Custom Homes LLC. The location is approximately .46 acres located east of Castleton Road and west of Craig Avenue and north of North Sharon Amity Road in District 5, Miss Molina's district. The current zoning is N1A, proposed zoning N1C. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and after staff's presentation, Mr. Murray will join us and he will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. This parcel might look a little familiar because we've had a couple of rezonings in this direct neighborhood, just along Castleton Road, but also along Craig Avenue, just to the east there. This site specifically is a ½ acre along Castleton Road and north of North Sharon Amity Road. It is currently zoned neighborhood 1A. They are proposing to go to neighborhood 1C. This is an area that is predominantly single-family, but there are two activity centers just to the east and west along North Sharon Amity Road in this area. It is consistent with the Pulse Map's recommendation for Neighborhood 1. This is a conventional petition, so there is no associated site plan. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Like I noted at the top, this is a half-acre lot, so this is a very large lot, and they're looking to take it to Neighborhood 1C. There is no established real lot pattern in this area, especially as a couple of the lots have moved to the Neighborhood 1C designation along Castleton and Craig Avenue. There's some multifamily uses just north of the site. And when we're looking at a higher classification Neighborhood 1 district, we're looking at, are there significant established lot patterns to consider, and what are the significant, or what are the individual characteristics of this lot specifically? And given what a large lot is and the existing lot patterns that we're seeing being relatively mixed in this area, we thought that this was an appropriate request. I'll take questions following petitioner comments.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. David Murray, attorney for the petitioner. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Ms. Ashmira.
Thank you. So this question is for staff. This rezoning petition is from N1A to N1C. What is it in N1C that's allowed, that's not allowed in N1A?
So the two
Is it the density?
The two zoning districts allow for the exact same uses. The only differences are really related to dimensional standards. So for example, the minimum lot width is 70 feet in N1A, whereas in N1C, you're looking at a minimum lot width of 50 feet. And this parcel in particular, its lot frontage is 105 feet. So this is a conventional petition, but just considering the large lot frontage that you're dealing with under N1A currently, you could only get one lot out of its current configuration. But that is those are really the differences between the different N1 districts are related to lot standards and those dimensional items.
Any difference in the density? Is higher density?
So conceivably, you could get more units if you can, on any rezoning, when you're comparing different Neighborhood 1 districts, if you're looking at potentially a higher classification Neighborhood 1 district lots, and so you could have more units. So yes, because this is rezoning from N1A to N1C, again, N1C has a minimum lot frontage of 50 feet. So you could technically, just by looking at lot frontages, and I don't have the other numbers in front of me, but if you're just looking at lot frontages, you could conceivably fit 2 lots on the existing parcel here.
Yeah, and this site is very small, it's less than an acre, so 0.46. So under N1C, how many units would be allowed, single-family homes?
So it allows for the same uses under N1A, so you're talking about single-family duplex or triplex.
All right, if there are no further questions?
There are.
Yeah, okay.
But hold that thought.
Okay,
Ms.
that's all I
Johnson.
heard.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My question is in line with Ms. Ashmira. So did you get the answer? How many units, if there were duplexes or triplexes, how many units could be built conceivably on this lot?
So I have not done a test fit of this site to know exactly how you could splice it, because there are other things that you need to take into account, like sidewall heights and looking at the surrounding.
That's fine.
The surrounding developments. But if you have any lot that then can be subdivided, you could then do a duplex on each lot. I don't know if the petitioner has likely looked at this lot because they are rezoning it themselves.
So this would be, I believe, the 4th rezoning that I've done on Castleton from a N1A to N1C. And this will be now going to, I think, our 4th city council member also, as this is gone. And if you go on Castleton now, there's single-family detached homes being built on these lots. And that's what Councilmember Molina wanted us to commit to on the prior rezonings that we've done, and that's what we're committing to here. This builder is building also on another site on the street.
Okay.
And so these would be single-family detached on this site.
Those are
yes.
single-family detached. Thanks for telling me that. Were those also conventional petitions, or were they conditional?
Those were conventional.
Those were conventional also, because I noticed we have 8 conventional petitions tonight. And I know one is a community garden. I know that's a simple one in the hospital. But, you know, I think, thank you that you gave us that information. But I think we have to be very careful as council members when neighborhoods are changing like this. Like, we need conditional petitions. I think we should have site plans.
Let me try and answer
So that
the-
we can answer to the neighbors of
Right.
what's
Let
going to
me-
go there.
Let me try and answer the question a little bit more clearly for you. So you've got about a 100-foot wide lot here, maybe a little bit less. Currently, they need 70 feet of frontage to split this lot into 2. So right now, all that can be built today is up to a triplex, so up to 3 units. If this rezoning were approved, they'd have the ability to potentially split this lot into 2, and you would see either a single-family duplex or triplex on potentially either lot. You can see that's been done here. Here, we've had a couple in the past that were done under the UR district here, and at the end of Castleton, I think there's been a couple on this side of Craig that haven't been maybe subdivided out yet. But essentially, right now, again, you could get up to 3 units on the lot. If the rezoning were to be approved, they'd get the ability to potentially split this into 2, bless you, and then put a triplex potentially on either, or a single family on either. So it's hard to tell the yield, as Holly mentioned, but what this does is allow this lot to be split into 2, and they could build 2 single-family detached. Right now, you could only get up to, again, 3 units. This could give the ability to split that and do that on both lots.
So there's currently a single family on the lot?
Correct.
Yeah.
Or it's
So
it's
they're
vacant, but right
rezoning
now,
it to divide it into 2 lots?
correct.
That's correct, and put 2 single-family detached houses. That's correct.
So I would prefer to see a conditional rezoning, only so there's some commitment of what's going to be built there. Just my thought. I know this is not in District 4, but I think that we as a council want to have some idea of what's being built, especially in our single-family neighborhoods. So just for staff, I think I'd like to see more conditional instead of conventional. And for that reason, I'm not real sure. I know our other council members will be watching to see what they think about this. But those are just my thoughts. If you're committed to single-family detached, it's about, you know, and there's some really huge lots in District 5 right around this area. And I know there's off Washington, what is that, Grove Park, that's really changing, right? So I think the neighbors would prefer that we have some oversight and accountability over what's being built in these neighborhoods. Thank you.
All right, is there a
Move to
motion?
close.
Second.
All in favor of closing public hearing, raise hands. Any opposed? All right, that is unanimous. We'll move on to.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to agenda item number 28, petition number 2025-092 by Toll Brothers. The location is approximately 27.82 acres located east of Old Statesville Road, south of West W.T. Harris Boulevard, and west of Old Potters Road in District 2, Mr. Graham's district. Current zoning, MX3, proposed zoning into ACD. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. After staff's presentation, we will have Ms. Grant join us, and she'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yep, petition 2025-092 is an undeveloped site, approximately 27.82 acres, located along this north and south side of Pete Brown Road near the intersection of Old Statesville Road. Site's currently zoned MX3, mixed use conditional. Proposed zoning is into ACD, neighborhood 2A conditional. 2040 policy map recommends the neighborhood 1 place type. The N2A district is inconsistent with this place type, and approval of this rezoning would revise that policy map. A little background, the site is a portion of a larger 129-acre rezoning from 2007, titled for more than 2,000 units and over 700 square feet of commercial space. This portion of this site plan proposed single-family detached under that 2007 rezoning. This rezoning proposal calls for the development of up to 113 townhome units. Primary access will be from Pete Brown Road and an extension of public street stubs from the adjacent Griffith Lakes development, which this site was a portion of. A 25-foot Class B landscape yard will be provided along the north side of Pete Brown Road, which separates the site from existing single-family development to the south. The building shall be limited to a maximum of 5 units each. The facades will include blank wall limitations, transparency requirements, articulation, and varied architectural features. Porches and stoops, if provided, will have a minimum dimension of 6 feet for porches and 3 feet for stoops. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. The site's currently zoned MX3 and is a portion of a larger site primarily designated as a community activity center by the 2040s policy map that contains townhome development. This proposal is compatible with the previous MX3 entitlements. The petition commits to dedicating a greenway easement to Mecklenburg County Park and Rec, and the site is currently served by transit and is located along the proposed Lynx Red Line commuter rail and is within 3/4 of a mile of the proposed Harris Station. Happy to take any questions following Ms. Grant's presentation.
All right, welcome, Ms. Grant.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Bridget Grant, land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen. It's a pleasure to be here tonight on behalf of Toll Brothers. My client, Robert Price, is still here with us this evening. Max did a great job on the presentation. As he mentioned, this was part of a previously approved rezoning. We're making a modification to it, and we're happy to answer any questions. I do have a presentation, but it's not up.
Any
Move to
questions?
close.
Second.
All right, all in favor of closing public hearing, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Grant. We'll move on to agenda item 29, petition number 2025-093 by Flywheel Group. The location is approximately .43 acres, located south of North Tryon, east of Matheson, and north of Chick Godley Road in District 1, my district. The current zoning is ML2, proposed zoning TOD and C. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and there are no presenters, so we will just proceed with staff's presentation.
Thank you. I'll just wait for our computer to load the presentation on the large screen.
We have the tech gremlins with us tonight.
All right, this is just under a half acre located south of North Tryon Street, just nearby the 36th Street Station, north of Chick Godley Road, and east of Matheson Avenue, in an area where we've seen, again, similar to the other TOD petition earlier, a lot of transition over from industrial or previously industrial uses over to transit supportive projects. This is currently zoned Manufacturing Logistics 2, and they're proposing to take it to Transit-Oriented Development Neighborhood Center. This is consistent with the 2040 Policy Map's recommendation for the innovation mixed-use place type. This is a conventional petition, so there is no associated site plan. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. It brings the site into alignment, the zoning into alignment with the Policy Map's recommendation for the innovation mixed-use place type. 36th Street Station has close proximity to this site, and there is just generally a lot of development happening with transit supportive projects and mixed-use development occurring, and I'll take questions.
I'm just taking a look at it as there is no site plan. There's a lot of development in this particular area along Matheson, and a recent grocery store and bank and other development just went up a little further down the road. I'd like to see more, so I'll follow up with some questions on this one, because I'd like to see it a little bit more about what's actually being planned and double click on it. So I'm okay for now. Is there a motion to close public hearing?
Second.
All right, all in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. We'll move on to agenda item number 32, petition number 2025-098 by High Street District Development, Inc. The location is approximately 7.09 acres, located on the south side of Pineville Matthews Road, east of Carmel Commons Boulevard, and west of Bannington Road in Mr. Driggs District, District 7. The current zoning is OFC. Proposed zoning is CAC 1CD. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. After staff's presentation, Ms. Grant will join us again. Thank you.
Thank you. This site is just over 7 acres located on the south side of Pineville Matthews Road, east of Carmel Commons Boulevard, and west of Bannington Road. The site is currently developed with an office building and zoned OFC, the proposed zoning of CAC 1CD. The 2040 policy map recommends the Community Activity Center place type. The proposal would allow for 380 multifamily stacked dwelling units, as well as 4,500 square feet of non-residential uses. It would establish building envelopes along the street frontages and property boundaries with vehicle parking in the center of the site. Public and private open space areas would be between building envelopes around the perimeter of the site. There would be one driveway coming off of Carmel Commons Boulevard, an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path along Pineville Matthews Road, an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along Carmel Commons Boulevard. There's a proposed pedestrian cross access in the southeastern corner of the site. Building height would be limited to 80 feet or 120 feet with bonus provisions. Provides a menu of possible open space components, of which the petitioner is committing to implementing at least 4 of those. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. The petition is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for the Community Activity Center place type. The CAC place type promotes a variety of uses such as retail, restaurant, office, and multifamily residential in a walkable and transit-friendly environment. In an activity center characterized by segregated uses, the petition would combine multifamily stacked dwellings with 4,500 square feet of non-residential uses on one parcel. The site is served by CATS Bus Route 51, providing transit access between Carolina Place Mall, Arboretum Shopping Center, and the Matthews Independence Park and Ride. We'll turn it over to the petitioner and answer any questions after her comments.
Okay. Ms. Grant?
Good evening, Bridget Grant, Land Use Consultant with Moore & Van Allen. Pleased to be here tonight on behalf of High Street District Development, and Tom Burr is with me here tonight as well. We are pleased to be bringing forward a petition that is consistent with the adopted land use policy. We are thrilled to have staff support and no neighborhood opposition, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Close.
Second.
All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. We will move on to petition item 33, petition number 2025-099 by Crest River District LLC. The location is approximately 63 acres located on the west side of Dixie River Road, north of Westbound Drive, and south of Sadler Road in the ETJ, in District 2, Ms. Leek's district, closest to District 3, Ms. Brown's district. Current zoning is N1A, NMX2, INNOV, and proposed zoning is MX2, Innovative, INOV, SPA. The staff recommends approval of this petition, and after staff's presentation, Mr. Sudrith will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
This site is 62 acres located on the west side of Dixie River Road, north of Westbound Drive, and south of Sadler Road. The site is under development right now for 488 multifamily residential dwellings of different types. It is adjacent to the River District. Current zoning is MX2 Innovative for 61 acres, just 1 acre that is currently zoned N1A, with a proposed zoning of MX2 Innovative Site Plan Amendment. The 2040 policy map recommends the Community Activity Center place site. The Proposal would add a 1 acre parcel to a 61-acre parcel for a total of 62 acres, would increase the number of residential dwelling units of all types by 22 for a total of 510 residential dwelling units, while maintaining all previous commitments for development standards and transportation improvements. Staff recommends approval of this petition. It is consistent with the policy map recommendation for the Community Activity Center place type. CAC place type promotes a variety of uses such as retail, restaurant, office, and multifamily residential in a walkable and transit-friendly environment. The petition proposes to incorporate a 1 acre parcel into a previously approved plan and to add a proportional number of residential dwelling units to the site while maintaining all previous commitments for development standards and transportation improvements. I'll take any questions following petitioner comments.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Sudrith.
Thank you. Good evening. Edwin Sudrith with Adura, representing Crescent Communities for this project. As staff had mentioned, it's really just a site plan amendment to include that 1 acre parcel from the previous rezoning that was not included in the original rezoning. Since that time, the applicant has acquired that land, so trying to incorporate that into the holistic River North rezoning as it was deemed at the time, and happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Move to close.
Yes, I don't have a question at all because you will be dealing with your new representative.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and second. All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Sudrith. We will move on to agenda item 34, petition number 2025-101 by Jordan's Pond Holdings Company, LLC. The location is .73 acres, located on the north side of, on the north corner of Valleydale Road and Fred D. Alexander Boulevard, and south of Ben Livingston Road in District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is I2CD, N1B, and ML2. Proposed zoning is N1F. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and after staff's presentation, we will have Mr. Carmichael back.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. And there's opposition for this one. So after staff's presentation, Mr. Carmichael, you'll have 10 minutes, and let's see, Quentin Mann, is Quentin Mann still here? Okay. Mr. Mann, you'll have 10 minutes. Thank you.
This site is 3/4 of an acre located at the intersection of Fred D. Alexander Boulevard and Valleydale Road. It is currently zoned 3 different districts. I2 conditional, which is general industrial conditional from the legacy ordinance. Neighborhood 1B to the most, just a small portion of it, just on the north side, and manufacturing logistics 2 on the eastern portion of the site. They are proposing to go to neighborhood 1F, which is consistent with the policy map's recommendation for the neighborhood 1 place type at this site. This is a conventional petition, so there is no associated site plan. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. It would bring the site into alignment with the policy map's recommendation for neighborhood 1 at this site and remove any undesirable industrial zoning on the property, which does directly abut single-family uses. Site is located at the intersection of a major and minor arterial, making it an appropriate location for slightly more intense residential zoning, abutting lower density neighborhood 1 districts along the site's northern boundary. The property is also bisected by a utility easement that would limit the total developable area and would provide a natural buffer between this site and the existing single family that's just to the north of the property. I'll take questions following petitioner and opposition comments.
All right, thank you, Mr. Carmichael. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of council and the zoning committee. I do have a presentation I'd like to be able to share if I can. I'm not going to take 10 minutes, by the way. Thank you. So, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of council and the zoning committee, I'm John Carmichael here on behalf of the petitioner, Jordan's Pond Holding Company, LLC. With me tonight is John Maxwell, the petitioner. The site is a small site. It contains just over 7/10 of an acre. It's located on the northwest corner of the intersection of Fred D. Alexander Boulevard and Valleydale Road. That's a signalized intersection. It's a intersection of a major and a minor arterial. This is an aerial of the site. It's outlined in green. It's Fred D. Alexander Boulevard running north-south, Valleydale east-west. This is a zoomed-in aerial. The site is outlined in green here. Once again, it's just over 7/10 of an acre. This is a 68-foot wide Duke Power utility easement that runs through a portion of the site. This is the utility easement that Ms. Kramer is referring to. About a 30-foot wide portion of that 68-foot wide Duke Power utility easement is located along this portion of the 7/10 of an acre site. Residential structures could not be located in that utility easement, so the utility easement itself would provide a buffer between the residential uses to the north and any residential structures located on the site. So this is an unusual site. It has 3 zoning classifications. This portion of the site is zoned I2CD. I2 is a legacy industrial zoning district under the prior ordinance. ML2, this portion of the site is zoned ML2, which is what I2 converted to under our transition to, rather, under the new UDO. So these 2 portions of the site are zoned I2CD and ML2. And then this corner portion here is zoned N1B. Right here, this portion is zoned N1B, which is a residential zoning classification. Parcels to the north are also zoned N1B. To the west is an N2B zone parcel that's owned by the petitioner, but it's not subject to this rezoning application. South of the site, you've got parcel zone I2CD. Those are across Valleydale Road from the site. And then across Fred D. Alexander from the site, you got parcel zone I2CD and ML2. The request is rezone the site from I2CD, ML2, and N1B to N1F, to the N1F zoning district to accommodate uses allowed in the N1F zoning district. This is a conventional rezoning request. That is consistent with the 2040 policy map. The policy map has this as a neighborhood 1 place type. And once again, we feel like the uses here would be compatible with those surrounding uses to the north. The utility easement would provide buffering, and then the residential structures would be placed up here closer to the intersection of Valleydale and Fred D. Alexander Boulevard. I did want to point out, I was looking at the community meeting report this morning in preparation for this meeting, and I noticed that I inadvertently made a misstatement of fact at the community meeting that I want to make sure I point out. I said at the meeting that the N1F zoning district does not allow multifamily stacked dwelling units. What I should have said is it doesn't allow them by right. It allows them under prescribed conditions. So I saw that today. I didn't prepare the report, a colleague did, so I didn't look at it until this morning, but I wanted to bring that to your attention so that the record is clear. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Appreciate your consideration.
Okay. Any comment or question?
Do we have the opposition?
Oh, yes. I'm
Opposition is
sorry.
here.
Mr. Mann, come on down. And thank you for sticking with us for so long.
It's been a long night.
It has been a long night.
How we feel?
I want to meet with everybody else.
Understood.
We did too, but we're here with you.
Appreciate that.
Some of us. Very few.
You have 10 minutes, sir.
It's not going to take me that long. I'm a resident of this area which they're trying to rezone. I moved back and forth from Connecticut 2 years before I bought my house, and I bought it simply because I was told it was going to stay a wooded area. About 5 years into me owning my property, Fred D. Alexander come running through. Since Fred D. Alexander came through there, our traffic has picked up, accidents have picked up. They cut half of parts of the Valleydale, that little zone where it says N-B. They cut that portion of that parcel down to run Valleydale up to Roselle's Ferry. The trees that was there, they buffered the train tracks. They buffered a lot of noise that was coming off of Roselle's Ferry. Since then, noise picked up, trash picked up. I don't see nobody from Jordan's Pond coming weekly picking up trash. I do that and been doing that for about 14 years now. So for them to add some more houses there, you're going to add more traffic, you're going to add more trash. And with the zoning that's been going on in the area, a lot of kids been displaced from the schools they were going to. My daughter was going to Paul Creek. After they put this rezoning in other areas around the area, my daughter had to move to a different school after 3 years of Paul Creek. So this is not just going to affect me, but it's going to affect all the other people in the neighborhood. So I'm not just, my kids are out of school now, graduated college, thank God. But there's other children that's in the area that's going to be infected if they add more homes to this space here. And if they cut down the trees, now we're going to get traffic noise from off of Fred D. Alexander. No one cares about rezoning until it comes into their neighborhood. And I care about this rezoning here. And it's going to affect more than just me. It's going to affect the children. It's going to affect our ability to get around traffic. I don't want my neighborhood to turn into University City. I don't want it to turn into University where we can't get home for 45 minutes at a 5-minute drive when nobody's there. So I would urge you to decline this petition so that our neighborhood can stay a neighborhood. Let the kids come out and play, because right now with the addition of Fred D. Alexander, my neighborhood used to be a dead end. But now there's a cut through. So now we have cars cutting through our neighborhood to get down Valleydale faster. So if you want that at your house, fine. I don't want that at my house. It's putting children in jeopardy. That's all I got to say.
Okay. Thank you. And you should wait around at the top in case council has any questions for you. But I welcome Mr. Carmichael down for his 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. The schools, the CMS did provide school information for this rezoning request. He's certainly right that Paul Creek Elementary is overcrowded. It's at 115%. Coolwood's at 79%, and West Mecklenburg's at 75%. CMS did state that the development allowed under that it's such a small site that the development may not add any students to the schools. So that's, just take that for what it is. That's their statement. But we do recognize that Paul Creek is at 115%. Coolwood is at 79%, and West Meck's at 75%. Trees, if the site is developed, trees, whether it's under this zoning pursuant to this rezoning request or under the existing zoning, trees would be removed from the site to accommodate the development. And that's all I really had to say in response to that. We appreciate his comments, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. I'll start off the questions and then I'll go to you. Just one quick question. We don't see a whole lot of N1Fs come through.
Right.
Can you tell us why this one is N1F versus N2?
Well, to be frank with you, we had a discussion with planning about N2 at first, and planning said it's of neighborhood 1 place type, so you need to go to N1F.
Okay.
So, and we certainly wanted to try to be consistent with the policy map.
It's just interesting because we haven't seen too
They're not,
many of them.
well, that's, I mentioned my misstatement at the community meeting. I don't think I've ever done anything that's been an N1F either.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Ms. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. A couple things. You bring up a good point that N1F is unique, right? So again, this is another conventional petition. So we don't have a site map. We can't answer to the resident, and we have somebody opposed of what's going to be built. With the conditional, we'd have a site plan. We'd be able to negotiate for concessions with the petitioner. So I don't understand why this one was filed as a conventional so close to a single-family neighborhood. Can you tell me why?
So we felt that an N1F conventional request here could be appropriate for a number of reasons. It would be consistent with the policy map as has been stated, but I do think the utility easement providing a natural buffer to the adjacent single family is significant, but also because it is significantly limiting the developable area just naturally by that utility easement occurring on the site. And N1F is appropriate for application on more intense road frontages, and this is along a major arterial and a minor arterial located at this intersection here. So I think it's an appropriate transition, given that you're looking at that single family to the north and then industrial and commercial uses to the south there. So transitioning to a more intensive residential, but still neighborhood 1 zoning district, we thought would be appropriate. And with that utility easement there, but also with the limitations in terms of the site being so constrained naturally, we thought it would be okay to proceed as conventional.
So, Mr. Carmichael, thank you. Do you want to state what you said for the record again? You said it kind of fast, so the neighbors hear. You said you wanted to clarify.
Oh, I said at the community meeting, I inadvertently made a misstatement of fact. I said that multifamily stacked is not allowed in the N1F zoning district. It's not allowed by right, it's allowed under prescribed conditions. That's what I should have said.
Okay. So is the developer proposing multifamily stacked?
He doesn't know what he's going to do here.
That was proposed at our meeting.
Wait a minute, hang on, sir.
No, we.
You can't speak from the chair,
At
so
the
just hold
meeting, we said his intention was to do townhomes, but he could do multifamily stacked under this zoning. So I'm not going to represent to you what he would do would do if this rezoning is approved. But what I would say is it's a small site and there's not that much that can go on there. I don't mean to cut you off, but nevertheless, it's at a major intersection that's signalized. I don't think single family would be appropriate there. I do think rezoning this from the industrial to a neighborhood 1 district is more consistent with what's to the north. I can't look you in the eye and tell you that somebody would develop industrial there, but that's what is currently zoned.
And how close is this to the single-family neighborhood?
Well, I think your house is like right here, right?
My house right there, that's my
Yeah.
house right there.
And so these are the single-family homes here. This is not in the petition. That's zoned, that is a neighborhood 2 zoning there. And then this right here, Councilmember Johnson, is the site.
Okay.
But this is the utility easement that Holly was referring to here that would provide a buffer to the homes to the north.
Okay. So again, this is not in my district, in the university area, District 4. But I would want to know what was going to be. I think it's fair that the residents know specifically what's going to be built there. So again, I would ask staff that this not be conventional. I don't know if that can be refiled as conditional, but that would just be something I would recommend. And then Mr. Mann, is it? Yes. So you said you were told that this would remain a wooded area. For the record, any resident in Charlotte, if there's a wooded area close to you, it's probably going to be redeveloped. And that's just the sad fact.
I understand that, but I would like to keep the zone the way it is, because when I moved there in 2006, there was nothing there except for the DOT section of Valleydale. That was it. And then they moved in and put their little refuge station over there for the incidentals. And I don't think nobody's going to buy that little parcel to put something small there if we keep it the way it is. So I'd rather have those trees there. And during our meeting, they would let it be made known, it's not financial beneficial for them to keep it that way. But it benefits me to keep it that way. I'm not concerned about their finances. You're not concerned about my family.
I understand.
I understand.
Yeah. But, okay. All right. That's all I wanted to say. All
So,
right.
Mr. Mann, just one more question. It says that there was one person at the community meeting. I take that.
That was me.
That was you?
Yes.
Okay. Have you spoken to any of your neighbors regarding?
I've spoken to a couple of my neighbors. The neighbors that was there when I moved there, they all since moved because they seen the redevelopment happening. After they put in that highway, and many of the people that owned began to move.
Okay.
And now we have newer families coming in.
Gotcha. Okay. I would just encourage you, if you haven't had dialogue with Mr. Graham, this is in Mr. Graham's district, that you reach out to him. His email is malcolm.graham@charlottenc.gov. You can find it on our website. But I think you need to lean in. I think he needs to lean into this, and you would benefit from having a conversation with him about it.
All right, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional?
Close.
Second.
All right, all in favor, raise hands.
Thank you.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. And Mr. Mann, thank you for coming out and sticking with us. We are going to go to agenda item 35, petition number 2025-103 by Pappas Properties. The location is approximately 11.78 acres located east of Smith Farm Road, south of Sugar Magnolia Drive, and north of Brookshire Boulevard in District 2, Mr. Graham's district. Current zoning CC, proposed zoning CC SPA. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon outstanding issues related to transportation. And after staff's presentation, Mr. Floyd will join us. Thank you.
Yep, 2025-013 is a proposed site plan amendment for an undeveloped parcel, approximately 11.78 acres in size and located within the Riverbend development, east of Smith Farms Road near the intersection of Brookshire Boulevard. The site's currently zoned CC, Commercial Center, which is a legacy conditional district. Proposed zoning is CC SPA, Commercial Center Site Plan Amendment. 2040 policy map recommends the Community Activity Center place type of the site. The CC district is consistent with the CAC place type. A little background, 2016, the 11.78 acre subject site, which is part of the Riverbend Village development, was rezoned to CC to allow for the development of a 200-room hotel, 9,000 square feet of mixed-use retail, and 60,000 square feet of entertainment space. The plan has undergone several subsequent administrative amendments. The site currently permits a 200-room hotel, 69,000 square feet of retail, EDEE, general and medical office, and up to 15,000 square feet of medical office potentially transferred from development area E of the Riverbend development. But this rezoning proposal calls for the elimination of the 200-room hotel, proposes to increase the permitted square footage of general medical office, retail, EDE, personal services, bank, and childcare center from 69,000 square feet to 130,900 square feet. And that 130,000 square feet proposed includes approximately 110,000 square feet of medical office, 9,500 square feet of retail, which includes a freestanding bank with a drive-through, 10,000 square feet of potential medical office, retail, or daycare, including that 15,000 feet that would be transferred from development area E. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. As the site is part of a larger existing Riverbend development, Riverbend development, which contains a variety of retail, restaurant, office, personal service uses, and is adjacent to a development with a mix of multifamily residential uses, community activity center place type, supports the development of office, medical, retail, financial institutions as their uses that provide essential goods and services to nearby residents, and the area is also served by transit. Have you take any questions following Mr. Floyd's presentation?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Floyd. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of zoning committee. John Floyd with Moore & Van Allen here on behalf of the petitioner, Pappas Properties. I'm joined this evening by Tom Walsh of Pappas Properties and Mike Copeland of Land Design, in case y'all have any questions that I can't answer. This project is in Councilmember Graham's district. The petitioner did have a meeting with him last week, and he is aware of the project, even though he's not here this evening. I do have a presentation, if we can get that up, but high level, what the petitioner is proposing here is to significantly reduce square footage of retail and a 200-unit or 200-room hotel in exchange for increasing medical office on the site. If we were to compare the entitlements that currently exist with what is being proposed, existing entitlements allow up to 8 buildings. We're proposing 5 buildings. Existing entitlements, there we go. Existing entitlements up to 69,000 square feet of retail, 200-room hotel, and then as Max mentioned, that 15,000 square foot of medical office that can be transferred from another development area within Riverbend. The proposal is for a 100,000 square foot medical office, a 10,000 square foot emergency medical facility, a bank, essentially likely 2 restaurants, and then what I'll call a 10,000 square foot flex building that the developer is still considering whether to put a daycare, additional medical office, or additional retail. The likely use of that building would be medical office or some type of medical-related retail such as an eyeglass store. This is just a comparison, again, of the entitlements, and what you see is a reduction in the number of buildings. If you assume what we did, 134,000 square feet for a 200-room hotel, you get an overall drop in development of almost 90,000 square feet, and again, pretty significant drop in retail. We had our traffic engineer conduct 3 kind of scenarios to see what the impact would be on traffic with the changes in these entitlements. This is what I'll call the middle scenario. This assumes that that 10,000 square foot undetermined building was medical office. You see here a total drop in daily trips of over 3,200 trips and peak hour trips in excess of 200 trips during both the AM and the peak hour. If you looked at the, what I'll call the less intense, using the daycare, that difference would increase to almost 3,500 trips reduction. If you looked at the more intense, the retail of that 10,000 square feet, that would reduce it down.
20 seconds.
That would still be over 3,000 trips per day. Last thing I'll just say is, here's the site plan. We did, based on community feedback, add in 50% additional open space. One of the comments that we got was this area lacked kind of outdoor dining, some seating and things like that, so we tried to accommodate that.
Okay,
Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
thank you. Any questions?
Just one question.
Ms. Johnson?
Is this currently a vacant or empty lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to close.
Okay, all in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Floyd. And that brings us to our final petition this evening, agenda item 36, petition number 2025-105 by Zealous Empowering Nurturer. The location is approximately 1.18 acres, located east of Prosperity Church Road, north of White Cascade Drive, and south of Caitlin Drive in District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is R8 MFCD. Proposed zoning is N1A. Staff recommends this petition, and after staff's presentation, Ms. Thompson and Ms. Grant and Ms. Booker will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the computer just a moment to load. This site is just over an acre on the west side of Prosperity Church Road in an area where we have predominantly single-family uses with some institutional uses just to the south of this site. It is currently zoned R8 multifamily conditional. That's from an old 1994 petition that allowed for a daycare facility. They are requesting to go to Neighborhood 1A, which is consistent with the policy map's recommendation for the Neighborhood 1 place type at this site. This is a conventional request, so there is no associated site plan. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is asking for the lowest classification of the Neighborhood 1 districts. It is still consistent with the policy map's recommendation on the site, and I'll take any questions following petitioner comments.
Okay, thank you. You two will have 3 minutes in aggregate, and can you state your name just for the record, for the clerk?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. My name is Lisa Thompson, land use consultant with Moore and Van Allen.
And my name is April Booker with Zealous Empowering Nurture.
All right.
Pleased to be here on behalf of April Booker, founder and executive director of Zen's Garden, and appreciate their efforts in the community. Staff did a great job presenting the petition, so we're just here to answer any questions.
Okay, excellent. Any questions? Ms. Johnson?
I know we're all ready to leave. Thank you for your patience, April. She has a Zealous Empowering Nurture is a wonderful community garden in District 4. Thank you for the work that you do. And this petition is just a cleanup petition, right, to bring it into compliance. So I will be supporting it. Move to close. Second.
I apologize. All right, we had a motion to close in a second?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor, raise hands.
Thank you.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Move to adjourn?
Second.
Sorry, got the sneezes at the end. Yes, yes, is there a second to adjourn? I think Ms. Johnson, was she a second? Ms. Brown, are you a second to adjourn?
second, yes.
All right. Go home, and thank you. Somebody did.